Hello guys, welcome to the Testing Academy. My name is Pramod, and in this tutorial we are going to learn about how to do API testing using Postman. So this is the part one of the series that I am working on right now, and it will be extensively you can say a practical guide how to do an extensive API testing, especially using the Postman. So before jumping into directly into the Postman tool, we need to understand certain points about the APIs and what exactly we have to do if we are doing an API testing, right? So let's get started with it. So before starting out, just wanted to let you know that about little bit about myself. My name is Pramod, and I've been into software testing and test automation field for nearly around 5 years. And I have worked with like lots of different projects related to banking domain, automation, marketing automation, especially related to A/B testing and all. And we have been like running lots of different test cases using Selenium Grid, Docker, Swarm, as well as right now we are moving to Kubernetes. So you can, if you want to follow up, you can follow up on my website, that is scrolltest.com, and you can go to the testingacademy.com, where I'm putting lots of tutorial related to Selenium API testing and mainly stuff related to test automation. It's a group where we share lots of information, and it would be great if you join it. So let's get started. So before starting to this tutorial, I'm going to give you an overview what exactly you will learn in this series. So we are going to basically advance your career, especially related to software testing, and API testing is important. If you are a software tester, you want to increase any kind of domain expertise, especially in API testing, then learning API testing is important for you. And we are going to learn more about API testing and certain STPP methods, where we will learn how we can do certain requests in Postman, especially using get, put, post, and how as an enterprise level we are doing in its industry standard. I am going to show you practically and how we are leveraging especially the Postman tool, the Newman tool especially, and running our certain kind of API testing test cases on different kind of Docker grids now. And so let's what you are going to learn in this tutorial. So you are going to learn about the basic stuff here, and the basic stuff will include like what is API, what is an API testing, what is the difference between a SOAP as well as the REST API, and what are the common types of bugs that we generally encounter when we using the API testing, how to do API testing and why we should do the API testing. These are the things that we are going to explain. And the last in the last two points, I'm going to explain you extensively about the REST, what is REST and what is RESTful web services, and I'm going to explain you different constraints especially related to the API, especially related to the REST. What are the 6 major constraints of REST that make any kind of API RESTful? That's like one of the big concepts. And in the last part, we are going to install our first Postman, and I will give you a small walkthrough about the Postman, right? So let's get started. So before so the first question comes into, right, so what's an API? API, it basically stands with the application programming interface, and it's basically, you can say, the certain collections of functions or procedure which basically allows to communicate between two applications. Let me give you a very simple example. As you can see in the screen right now, suppose you go to a restaurant, and API is basically a waiter that takes your order and from you, and tells the chef in the kitchen that what exactly food needs to be prepared, right? This is like a simplest example where whenever the clients give certain kind of order, a waiter takes the order and give it to chef, and chef, after getting the order, it will basically respond back to the client. So right now the waiter is acting as a API right here. But and that we have discussed previously, that API is basically, you can say, these are just set of functions, or you can say procedures, right? And if we come up with a theoretical definition, then it will be API is an interface between any two software application, right? So let's understand what are the types of APIs especially available when we are thinking about the web APIs right now. So the first one is SOAP, JSON RPC, XML RPC, and REST. So these are like 4 major types of APIs available, and we are going to discuss more about them in a minute. So before that, we need to understand what is an API testing. A simplest way to answer this is that testing an API is API testing, right? But whenever we have like front end and where you have back end and there is a API sitting around, right, we need to test those that the created API, whatever the application programming interface, the set of APIs that is created, we need to validate that if they are like mutually agreeing that this API works. Because if anything breaks in API, is basically a problem for a front end, right? A client side will have a major impact whenever there's a problem in API. So we need to test extensively about the integration and with the services, right? This is the simplest example, you can say theoretical definition of API testing. So the next question arises that why we should perform the API testing, right? So I'll give you an example. It's the simplest. The 4 points I have mentioned is that the third one, as you can look around, it's the developer will make mistake and they will create a buggy API. So then for example, a API can be like there's a particular setting. We are a front end is expecting the 21 keys to come in a JSON format, but it is coming as 21. And in front end there was a logic to calculate the number of keys and all. So it will break the UI, right? And it will be a very, very bad impact on client side if there is a particular bug in API. So we need to test the API, right? So we should perform API testing extensively. And right now, as you can say, internet uses like millions of APIs like Twitter, Slack API, Instagram API, Facebook API, and so there are like number of millions of API requests right now going on, and so they should be tested thoroughly. And the first point, as I have discussed, that many of the services that we use every day, they are basically relies on APIs, interconnected APIs. So we need to test them thoroughly, right? And one of the important factor is that we require validation of API. It's very important whenever we are going to make these API into production, and right. So the question arises that what to test in API, right? And these are like 4, you can say, important points, but they're like what to test in API is very long list if you are doing it practically. But in theoretical concepts, what you are doing is that basically we are just verifying that how APIs are basically behaving whenever there is a particular bug or whenever particular invalid response. For example, we are just testing different kind of what kind of status code it is coming if we are sending an invalid payload, and what kind of if we are doing the API testing, we require that JSON schema as well as XML schema should be validated, and we should do certain for the keys, especially the keys coming in the APIs as a response. We need to validate those keys. We need to check the boundary values if particularly a response is according to a boundary value system. So these kind of major 4 points that we have to do. And other things like what we have to do in API testing is that we need to test thoroughly with performance test how these APIs are behaving whenever there's a particular load of test, performance test, basically a particular kind of load is coming on these APIs, how these APIs are behaving. And these are like major things that we have to test in API, right? I hope that makes sense. So now we need to understand what is an SOAP. So it is a type of an API. It's a type of an API where if you think about the full form of SOAP, it's a basically simple object access protocol, right? It's basically a messaging protocol that allows you to like program. You can communicate with any kind of server or any kind of service using this what we call it a SOAP envelope, where it contains certain XML type of WSDL, web services, the definition language kind of structure of an API, where client sends a request according to this envelope and server responds back according to this XML based architecture, right? SOAP uses like similar to the REST API, it uses the HTTP methods, and we have extensive differentiation in the upcoming slide. So before that, we need to understand what is REST. REST is nothing but it's a representational state transfer. It's a, you can say it's a design pattern for an API. It's the REST architecture basically describe the 6 constraint. So these are the 6 major constraint that any API, if they follow these kind of 6 constraint, we call them a RESTful web services or RESTful web API, right? So let's understand what is the major difference between the SOAP and REST. Guys, please understand this is one of the important major interview questions whenever we are doing, especially for the API testing. And so the major difference is very simple. SOAP is basically an XML based messaging protocol, whereas REST is an architecture style protocol. REST is majorly similar to the design pattern of an API with the 6 constraint, whereas SOAP is just a messaging protocol between client and server, right? SOAP follows the WSDL. What is it? So it's a web services definition language where you have a certain language to communicate with with your server, right? But whereas in REST you can use XML or as any kind of JSON to send and receive data, right? And the another next difference is that so basically invokes using the RPC. These are like request procedure calls, whereas if you think about the REST, what you have to do is that you have to make a request according to your URL path, right? If you are doing a get post or put, you have to do certain kind of you will be provided a certain URL and you have to do just these requests according to that, right? And most of the time, as we have seen, that SOAP is basically an envelope based. It contains certain envelopes to send message. So generally it's not human readable, but whereas in REST, most of the time the response coming is based on XML and JSON, which can be easily be interpreted by any kind of human. And the fifth point is that both of them operate over STPP, but whereas SOAP can operate over SMTP, that is simple mail transfer protocol, as well as with FTP also, which is a file transfer protocol. So it can work with SMTP and FTP, the SOAP one, but whereas in the REST is specially related to the STPP methods, right? And as you can see, the 6th point is that the JavaScript call can call a SOAP, but it's difficult to implement, whereas REST APIs we can use any like JavaScript to call to use it, right? And generally the last point, as we have mentioned, is that performance is not great as compared to REST. So SOAP is slow, it's complex, and it's envelope based. So it's a messaging protocol, it's a complex one, and it's you can say performance is not great whenever we are sending a SOAP, whenever we are using a SOAP API especially. Whereas in the REST, performance is much better because we are just sending the low, you can say very small, very not small actually, where only the payloads in JSONs and XMLs, and they are not very much, you can say, CPU extensive, right? I hope you have understand that's what is the difference between the SOAP and REST. So let's move on. So the question arises that who uses this REST APIs? Especially we are concerned about the REST APIs right now, and so who uses basically Twitter API, LinkedIn API, Slack, REST APIs are everywhere. If you like millions of requests are right now millions of users are right now using REST API. For example, a simple application that you are using in Android, basically it's for example an Instagram app, it's fetching the users using the REST API. It's fetching any kind of user information, likes, follows, whatever it is, using the REST API. So REST is everywhere, nearly around. So I'm going to explain you the 6 major constraints of REST. So these are very important to understand, and most of the time sometimes they are also come in interviews. So please pay attention about the 6 major constraints about the REST, right? So REST, if we talk about the first constraint, it's a uniform interface. It basically means that, as you are seeing in the slide, it basically says that that the client side server has to communicate and agree to a certain rule-based resources. Basically, it means that there is a client, there is a server. They need to communicate each other, and they have to have certain kind of rules that they need to be followed. For example, if they are communicating, then client will send a JSON request to the server, then server needs to understand it, and server has to send that request into the JSON. So they need to agree on it. So the interface that we have, it should be uniform. That's what the uniform interface means. If they are using for example, the client is using a certain kind of encoding of UTF-8, then server has to respond back into that the same kind of encoding. So that is like a simple, you can say, uniform interface. That's the one of the you can say constraint if an API is RESTful. Let's come to the second one. Second one is a very simple one. It's basically means that that stateless basically means that server does not remember anything about the users who uses the API. For example, the first client made a request to getting a user. The server will respond back and would forget about it. Means this is a stateless call. Now the server will not able to understand or not able to remember what kind of request they have asked. So it's totally a stateless call, right? The third important constraint is that cacheable. It's basically means that that data that server sends whenever client requests a particular thing, for example user information from a server, that server can send the information and it can send whether this information has to be cacheable or not. For example, if the data is cacheable, then they might contain certain kind of version numbers, and that version number what makes the caching possible. For example, the server will tell that okay, you can cache this resource as of now for a particular period of time, right? This is one of the constraint. Another constraint basically means that there are like there will be a server, and they will be like two different entities, and they behave independent. They can behave independently, whatever it is. So they are not like clubbed with each other. This is one of the constraint for REST, right? And this is the layered system constraint basically means that if there is a client, there is a server, that we can have any number of layer between them. For example, we want to include a security layer between them, we can have it. So it means as you can see in the slide is that we can have any kind of layer between the client and server. It doesn't matter until there is a client, there is a server, then we can have this API as a RESTful, right? This one is optional, the code on demand. It's the sixth major important REST constraint. Sometimes we call it it's a optional one. It basically means that server can store the code or logic to themselves and transfer it whenever needed to the client. For example, the core logic of whatever the core things are doing. For example, if this client sends what is the 1 + 1, it's called a function, and server respond back with a 2. The client doesn't know what kind of logic that you have done to do this, right? But so server can store the information and it can reply back the code whenever it is needed, whenever clients ask for it. So these are the like major 6 REST constraint explained, and if any API follows these 6 constraints, and so we call it that it as a RESTful API, right? I hope that makes sense. So right now what we are doing is that we are going to install the simple Postman. So let's move to our demo part, right? Here it is. So I hope you are able to see that. Let me confirm one thing. Yes. So what you can do is that to start you can go to the get Postman, and we are going to basically I'm going to explain you what is Postman. So Postman right now, it's you can say an integrated development environment for API especially, but we as a software tester, we can use to test this especially the related to REST APIs, we can test it, right? It's right now becoming an integrated development environment, but we are leveraging it according to our needs, right? What you can do is that just go to the getpostman.com and click on this get started and download the exe. It's a very simple process, step by step. You can download whatever version it is. If you're on Mac, it will give you an option to download the Mac OS also, right? Here it is. When you install it the first time, you will see this this window. Let's understand it like one by one, what's exactly going on this end, right? The first one is new. So everything in the Postman, it's a kind of a request, right? You are making, and we are going to understand this request different kind of HTTP methods in upcoming tutorials. So right now the first if you go to click on the first one, it basically gives you a certain building blocks, right? You can create a request, you can create a collection. What is a collection? It's a kind of, you can say, collections of request. For example, if you want to make a collections only related to the login page, then there will be a collections of requests according to your according to that will only contain the request related to login, right? And you can create environment. Environment basically means the certain kind of global variables or variable that you are going to use in your request, right? So that will make much more sense whenever we are doing in probably in second or third part of this series. As we have mentioned that yeah, Postman is right now becoming an integrated development environment, so it can give you a feature like documentation, mock server, as well as monitoring the API, right? Here it is. Again, if you go to this button, you can create your new collection if you want to. For example, let me create a demo collection, and you can give the description like anything. You can even authenticate this collection. For example, if anyone wants to use this collection, he needs to have certain kind of authentication. You can create an API key, and you can do some prescripts. Prescripts are basically the scripts that are going to run before running this collection. And if you collections are basically, for example, a flow of request. Simplest example I will give you is that, for example, there is a user can create a profile, and after creating a profile, user can perform different requests. So there will be like multiple requests. We can do a create account, where after creating an account, we'll get the user ID then makes a request to certain things, right? So there will be like 4 or 3 requests, right? So what we can do is that we can put that all this number of requests into a collection, and before running this collection, you can run this prescripts. It's right now the scripts will be in JavaScript, and mainly the syntax that they are following is JavaScript, right? So you can create any variables you want to use in this collection, as well as after running the test, you can run after running this collection, you can run certain tests. For example, if I have created a collection that basically returns certain kind of user IDs and anything like dynamically after from server, you can write certain test cases around that. I am getting the user ID and it's a valid user ID, right? And you can mention the variables also, what kind of variable this collection is going to use, right? All right, so this is the main environment. This is the main window here, where you have like different kinds of methods. Most of them are HTTP methods, where simple HTTP method related to get, post, put, patch. These all kind of methods I'm going to explain in next upcoming tutorials. And what you can do, as I have mentioned that in the REST API especially, that you can REST API works generally with the URLs. So you can mention the URL and what kind of authorization that it needs, and you can insert the body. For example, if you click on row, you can mention any kind of JSON request that you want to. If you click on any kind of JSON request, right? I'm going to show you a demo of one of the simplest application, simplest demo of get. Let me go to this URL. So it's a fake if you go to this request response, that is req.n, it's give you a kind of a fake data especially. So what you can do, if I want to get the data list of users, I can do this thing, right? I'm going to put this URL and probably this. So this is the simplest request. I'm going to send it. Okay, let me see, let me remove that thing. Yeah, so if you go to this URL, basically get the main domain. This is a main domain, and especially that this is an endpoint of API users, where we want to get the list of all the users and up to the page 2. This is the query parameter, and query parameter is a 2. So we want 2 pages, right? And on the page 2, we are getting the response in JSON format. If you take it's a JSON format right now, right? And it's right now Postman has prettified it, and we are getting the 3 response, that these are the 3 users. They have different IDs, they have email, first name, last name, and there is a particular image of them. It's a dummy API right now, it is returning, and we can ask for the first one also, and it will give you the first one, right? And right, so what exactly is going on, we are basically making a simple get request to a server, and this API can be used by any kind of web application, even and simple Android application, where you have to show 3 users to a particular client or any in Android app, right? So it's a basic overview of a Postman. Another important thing that you can do is that you can sign in, so that you can save your whatever collection you are creating in Postman. It's totally free, and you can tweet about it. These are notifications especially, and this is a setting. And if you go to the setting, this is an important part of Postman. Where you can do is that you can do you have like bunch of different options. You can change the theme also. You can go to dark theme, and these are different kind of shortcuts. These are like general settings what you can do, language detection and all. Pretty much we don't have to mess up with initially when we are doing, don't have to mess up it. The most important one is SSL certification verification. By default it's on. For example, if you're working in staging environment, I would suggest you to switch it off right now, because it will give you SSL errors, right? And data, you can export the data also. Add-ons right now you don't have required. Certification, proxy, update, upload, most of the thing right now initially we don't require. And another important point is that environment. And but this is one of the important thing that you need to keep in mind. You can create an environment basically contains certain kind of variables. These can be global variables or a normal variables. There are like different types of variables in Postman. I'm going to discuss them in the future, but these variables you can use it. For example, if you want to send a particular email ID, what you can do is you can mention that email ID into this environment variable, and you can mention the password also. So it will be like secure, and it will be a separate from your normal request, right? And if you want to pass, for example, there's a particular first request is creating a user and you're getting a user ID, you can save the user ID into environment and use it into your next request. You can do that also in the Postman, right? So this was like a basic demo of Postman, as well as I have explained you different test constraint and what is API testing and how we are doing it. So what you're going to learn more about what are the different HTTP methods that I have discussed earlier, and what is authentication and different type of cookie basics, and how exactly the HTTP works, right? So let's understand what is HTTP. HTTP is a hypertext transfer protocol, right? It's basically if you understand it very clearly, or a practical word, there is a client, there is a server, and they are using a particular kind of a transfer protocol that clients want to send a request and server wants to respond back to it. So it's a protocols set of rules over the hypertext, you can say hypertext protocol, whereas clients can use certain kind of methods, the methods known as get, post, put, patch, delete, right? These kind of methods to communicate with your server, right? As you can see in the client is that HTTP client can send a request using to the HTTP server, and they are communicating using certain kinds of methods, right? So this is known as HTTP transfer protocol. It's a stateless protocol, basically means that whenever client sends a request, so server after responding back to the client, it just forgets about it, means it doesn't know what kind of information particular client has asked, right? So in a simplest manner, let me explain you in the simpler diagram, that there is a client which is a browser. You go to a website like www.com, google.com. What happens is that you made a request. It's a get request to get the documentation, to get the resource. The resource resides on the client sides, and you made a request. So after requesting the client will respond back to you that this is a response and this is a document that you want to see. So here it is here, right? So over this, whatever you are seeing on whenever you are typing URL and seeing that google.com, it's happening over the hypertext transfer protocol. What you can do in the URL, if you think about, so URL consists of different kind of entities. It's very important, guys, to understand. The first one is HTTP. Why we mention HTTP? It's a protocol, so we are using HTTP protocol. So right now, as you can see, there will be HTTPS, which is a secure version of HTTP. And what you have to mention in the second part is your host name. Host name can be your domain name, and it can be an IP also, right? And after that, you have to mention port. By default 80 is used, so whenever you type google.com, by default port is not shown, but you can use a different ports if you want to use certain different services, right? Then you have to mention the resource path where it is reside. So if you don't mention anything, then default value of index.html will be fetched. But if you want to get a particular resource, you have to mention the path by slashing into like a directories, right? And also you can mention certain kind of query parameters that you want to send to a client. For example, I am going to send a simple parameters that I want user ID 1 and the name should be Pramod, then definitely it will return you my details. So server will have a kind of a understanding that what query parameters are basically coming. So this is how a simple URL structure works on HTTP, right? So we need to understand what are the different types of HTTP method. This is like one of the, probably you can say in API testing, most of the time the questions are around this HTTP methods. So as we are basically understanding the REST API, we need to understand these methods especially very carefully, and we should have certain kind of hands-on, right, to understand these kind of methods. So if I give you a brief overview, that's a theoretical overview of this one. If you are making a GET request to a server, it's basically to request a page to read a page kind of. And similarly, when you are doing the head request, it's a request to read a web's header. What kind of header information are there? For example, if you make a request of a head, you can get the details, different kind of details, what kind of page it is, what kind of expiry it has. So all the headers kinds of information will can get using only the head method. Will not get any kind of body whenever you're using the head method. Similarly, put you can use to store a web page, post you can use to append or create, and delete you can delete a resource particularly, and trace basically it's a echoing of incoming resource. We are going to understand this concepts practically in Postman. Just get an overview what exactly it is. The important one is options, which basically query what are the different kind of HTTP methods this server supports or this request supports, right? And there's another called as connect, which basically reserved for future use but doesn't have any kind of implementation right now. So and another important thing that we are talking about the HTTP, that is hypertext transfer protocol that we are thinking, it's that informational status code. Whenever you are sending a request, the server is responding back with a certain kind of responses, which is known as status codes. Though if we are getting a response related to the 100 series, it's informational response, that information about okay whatever it is. And second one is successful. The 300 series is redirections, 400 series most of the time it's client errors, and 500 related to the server errors. The most like few of the HTTP status code definitely you have known, like 404 not found, 500 error server error, or 200 okay response, 204 created response, 307 redirections, 301 redirections. Definitely you have heard it, this term different kind of status code while you are learning something, right? So these are the HTTP status code, nothing else. These are just certain kind of HTTP status codes. Okay, so we need to understand how to view HTTP traffic, right? So as I told you that we need to understand practically. I'm going to do this stuff right now practically in front of you. We are going to this URL. This is api.myjson or any with a particular URL. We can go to anything URL, and we are going to go to the developer tools of a Chrome to understand what exactly kind of different HTTP requests they are using, right? Cool, that makes sense. So let's do one thing. Let me share my screen. All right, now I have shared my screen. So let's do one thing. I have a particular get URL here. Let me copy it and do a particular request. If you go to this URL, we can click on right click and inspect in the Windows, and let me do this thing. And if you're on Mac, there will be a particular shortcut also, right click and inspect, and there's a particular shortcut also to go to this. You can go to this network tab and just refresh it. As you can see that there is a particular request going on. If we go do this and go to the headers part, we can see that it's a request URL. The request URL is this, and what kind of protocol we are using right now it's HTTPS, right? And what is the domain? Domain is request. And what is the resource path? Its a path is API/users, and the query param they are passing is page is equal to 1. So all the things are clear, right? And we are using a request method get, and we are getting 301. 301 is what? 301, if we go to again our slide, then 301 is basically it's a series of redirections. Okay, so after redirection they are giving certain response, right? And there is a remote address, basically the IP of this resource, and here it is the major information about it. So whenever we are sending, whenever we are sending a request, we send certain kind of request headers along with it, this request. These are methods we haven't sent, right? But these are actually appended by browsers, right? So we have passed certain kind of request headers, and we are getting certain kind of different responses from the server. We got that SS control, different kinds of key value pairs. These will be key value pairs. What is a caching mechanism, means what is a cache, and what kind of things the service, basically it's the server is made in Express, so they are mentioning about that Express, what kind of encoding they are accepting. And in the request also we have basically mentioned that we are going to expect as a test XML, JSON, anything related to this thing, we are going to accept it as a client. And the language accepted is US, different kind of header. These are the headers, right? In upcoming tutorials, probably we are going to learn how to add our own headers to authorization or cookies. You can see the cookie also, right? In the request we have mentioned certain cookies value. Cookies I'll explain you in this upcoming in the next part, right? So this is like a practical example, and only the get response we can, most of the time we can see make using the browser. If we want to make a different kind of request like post, put, patch, then we have to use our favorite tool, Postman, right? We cannot make them using Chrome as of now. Probably in the future we can, right? So let's do one thing. We can just go to any different URL and see what kind of request they are doing, right? Okay, before starting we can just go to inspect, go to network tab, and here we are going to facebook.com, right? So first request, it's a get request, and we have some redirections here with the 307, right? And after redirecting it, we have again redirected using a get request, right? And like three major requests. After that we are redirected to HTTPS version of Facebook, which is giving a 200 status code. There are like different requests going on as a get. As you can see, most of the requests are get right now because we are just getting certain kind of responses, right? Let's do one thing. Let's go to scrolltest.com and see if we have certain post or not. So basically we are interested in certain post request. Okay, so there's no, there's not a until most of the time post requests are generally created whenever we want to create something or we want to send something as a creation part of it, right? So most of the requests you can see are get request. Oh, there's a post request. Once again, yes. So this is a post request which is basically going to this URL, and we have a post request, and whenever we are sending a post request we need to send certain kind of body to it, and the body we are sending right now, it's a form of form basically contains you can say key value pairs, and here basically certain kind of fields information are sending along with this post request, right? Let's do one thing. Let's understand this using this example, and we are going to our favorite tool, Postman, right? Get example I have already told you about in the previous tutorial. What you can do, let me give you that again. So you can go to this URL, and we are asking the different kind of users, and we are asking the first page of the user. We are going to send the request, and here it is. We have a response. It's in JSON. JSON is nothing but it's a key value pair. This is a key, then this is the value, right? I hope that makes sense. And so now what we are going to make a post request. So if we go to this URL again, and there is a syntax for post, what you can do there, you can, the endpoint is same. We are going to plus icon, and let me do one thing. Let me teach you one thing. You can save this request, click on save as, and here it is. We can mention that get request, and here we can mention list the users. Okay, list the users, we can mention them into a request, and you can create a one collection users. This is our first collection, and we are going to add this request into this collection, right? Now we have one request as a get. Cool. Again we are going to get, we are just modifying it to post, and here it is, the endpoint, and here we are just mentioning the URL as a post. Suppose I do the post empty, I'll get a response that 404 not found, right? Because there whenever I want to post to this URL, sorry, this again I have to remove this one. Whenever I post do empty post, it will basically return back me that it's created. So right now this API is not properly handled. We haven't sent any kind of body into it. Still they have created something with the ID, right? We can get this information also, and if we go to get a single user, right, similarly it's similar to this. We can just go to duplicate, and here they have you can go to this and we can mention the error, and it will be an empty response, right? Yes, it's a 404 not found. Why? It's API users, right? And we have created one user, right? Let's see. Right now it's giving us error because we have created empty user. Let's create one user in this server, on this server, and we can use raw and go to JSON. And right now I'm going to create my own user, promote as a job as a leader. I'm going to click send, and here it is. A user is created and it is mentioned in the response. We have a status code of 201. So 201 is created, and we are going to get this user, right, using this URL. And here we have this. Let's remove it, and here it is, the response. Okay, we have slash error. Okay, it is not giving us the response. Why? Let's get a single user, not found. We have created one, right? The ID is 953. It should work. Let me see, one second. Alright, so guys, it's a fake API, so that's why it was not able to create it. But you get the gist that basically if you do a post request, it will give you a ID, and you can get the response using the ID. For example, if what I have done is that I have just mentioned I want to get the results of 2 ID of the user, and here it is, right? And we can save this request. Right now I just get user with ID and save. We can save it as create user, right? So now we have 3 requests. What you can do interestingly is that how you can use the environment right now is that we don't have to mention this again and again, right? We can just do this, and we can create new environment env, and variable name we are going to use a URL. Initial value we are going to mention everything as the same, and click on add and close, right? And in from drop down just select the environment. What you can do is now you can use this variable now as your request. Okay, now if I do again, okay, these are like double, right? It will become colorful if you see, and it will work again the same one. Now what you can do, you can replace all the request.in variables with this URL. Cool, right? And it will work the same as same, right? So 2 method we have seen. We have seen get method, how get method is working, how post method is working, and let me tell you about different things. You can pass the parameters also with the, if you want to send certain kind of parameters, you can pass ABC and the value can be CDF, right? And basically it will be like as a query parameter if you want, if your server supports it. Sometimes we need to support them. Authorization I'm going to cover in it. Means you can pass any kind of different kind of authorization. For example, if I want to pass a basic authentication, for example, this server is only allow to create a user only if you pass certain kind of authentication. So I'm going to pass admin and send it. Right now it will just give you certain errors because this server doesn't respond. But if we have basic authentication set to this server, then definitely it has responded back with this, that okay, this is a correct one. But without user and password, if the authorization was there, then it will be an error, right? Again, the headers, there will be certain temporary headers which are automatically added by certain, you can say, browsers. And most important one is the authorization. If you are saying it's a base 64, like there is a base 64 of our username admin username and password. It's getting it's getting sent into the temporary as a headers, right? In headers, the information about the authorization was sending, and these are like headers. You can add anything you want. For example, if you want to add accept, we can mention JSON, accepts only JSON, whatever it is, like key value pairs we can add. We can now this is the important one, we can have like different kinds of body. We can send with the post one. You can send form data. Form data generally means for example, if you have seen that there is a sign up form. For example, if you go to facebook.com, there's a sign up, create first name, last name. These are like form based. You need to enter the names of this key value pairs and their value, and directly for this endpoint you can create the resource. You can use X. These are like encoded form of a form. These are like raw that we are using right now. Raw is basically as it is, with only mentioning that JSON it's a JSON request. You can pass binary, basically any kind of file. If you want to select any file and send to it, for example, let me send this file, and you can send directly. Right now it will give you error because this doesn't support. And you can do GraphQL queries also to this URL, and I have covered this into my Testing Academy YouTube channel. You can go to this. You can write certain GraphQL queries and GraphQL variables along with it, and do a post request according to it, right? GraphQL is a little bit different from REST APIs. It's a, you can say, more advanced version of REST API right now. Cool. So that's what the post request, that's how you do a simple post request into Postman. And get, I have already explained to you, right? Let's do another type of request, which is put, another important one. And what you can do, same, it's a very similar to post. We can do is like duplicate this request, and we just mention it too. And here for the put, basically we are doing is that we are just putting a user, and we want to kind of, you can say, totally replace this entity. The user 2 was already created on the server, but we want to completely change it with these values, more name, Morpheus, and job this, right? And what you can do, you can go to this URL, and again the URL is same. It's very similar to the post one, and where we are mentioning our response is a different one, right? And now I'm going to send a put request. It basically responds back to me that okay, that I have made the change. Similarly, and let me rename it. This is a put, so let's save. So it will change to put, right? Similarly, patch request. If patch request is basically, it's very similar to post, but only if we want to do certain kind of minor changes. For example, in this example, it's changing name and job again, but what we can do is, only if we want to only change name, then we can leverage the patch request. Patch is like small patches. For example, only want to change name, only want to change job, similar to post, and only changing certain values is patch, right? We can do send request, and again only it will change only the more, you can say, only change the value of name field, doesn't change the value of job field. That's a patch request, right? Oh sorry, I have made a put, so let's do patch. Okay, right? And here it is, patch request, right? Okay, let's duplicate it and change it to put, so that we have put also, right? So we have post, patch, and put. Similarly, we can delete the resource, but just need to go to this URL again. Let's copy, duplicate it, and we can delete it. We don't need to send anything in this, just mentioning that delete the user too, that's all, with the delete stpp method. When we do this, it will basically going to respond that no content deleted, whatever it is, right? And it will give us a response of 204, right? So these are like most important functions. If you think about a CRUD application, create, rename, you and update or delete. So most of the functions are created, are already covered. You can create a head request also. For example, this is a get request. I'm going to change it to only head. If you do this, you will only get the headers information, right? There is no body, right? So this is how head works. If you want to get only the header information, then you can use the head options. You can call this function to get the results, means what kind of options it's supported. So basically sometimes they reply with right now it is not implemented. It's they are going to reply you that we are supporting for this request get put what kind of different options we are supporting. And different kind of another requests are coming, like purge, lock, and these are like very new ones. We don't need to use that, means we are not extensively using it, but you can try it out with different kind of links if you want to learn more about them, right? So let's understand. So these are like very much STPP methods are covered. So let's understand what is authentication, right? So authentication is basically a process by which the credentials provided are compared to the file of a database, and we basically are, what we are doing is that we are authorizing a user. For example, if I want to create a Facebook profile, and I have created a particular profile and want to log in again, right? So this is like web authentication. We are going to pass certain kind of authentication, certain kind of information that okay, I am Pramod, I have this username password, please log into my website or log into my Facebook, right? So I'm going to pass certain authentication. That's how authentication works, right? Authentication can be like different types. The first one can be like no authorization, where there will be no authorization. Another like basic authentication, it looks like this, where you are just passing your username and password as a base 64 encoding. For example, I have a basic authentication where I just need to pass admin as my username password, and it's going to convert it into this format, authorization basic 64, and it's going to be embedded into the headers. So server will read that okay, in the headers the username password is coming, okay, basic authentication will work, right? And another two important author type of authorization that I want to cover is that digest is authentication by transmitting password into encrypted form, which is much more secure than base 64, because that base 64 authentication password can be seen directly if we convert the base 64 into decode, if we decode that base 64, right? In the form based, you can pass as a username password, basically you most of the time there's in the Facebook and all these guys are using form based authentications, right? And another type of authentication that I need to show you like here is that digest I have covered. You need to pass username and password and certain kind of information related to your server. These information that you can get from your server information, that what is a RAM, what is a nuance. Nuance is a kind of a you can say a key to secure your username and password, any count, and you can mention these details, and after that you just do a send request and it will respond back to you. If your authentication works, then digest authorization will be work according to it, right? In the bearer, it is very similar. It's you have to mention a particular token to get authenticated to a server, right? And in basic auth, you need to enter username password we have discussed. And another important one is auth1. Auth1 you need auth1 and auth2. Basically these kind of requests are used by certain services like AWS or certain kind of authentication. For example, Twitter, I guess they use auth1 and auth2, and GitHub sometimes use auth2 to authorize a particular user, where you have to mention certain kind of key, secrets, authentication token and secrets. The server will, whenever you create a new profile or any kind of APIs generally used by certain kind of APIs, where you have to get this information to get authorization, right? I would suggest you to go to this scrolltest.com and scrolltest.com and click on this read button, and I have like explain these all kind of different kind of authentication in this tutorial. Let me give you this the link. Let me see, it will be here. I would suggest you to go to this scrolltest.com. I have like put lots of different extensive tutorials for this, how to handle authentication in Postman. Means this is an awesome tutorial I have written, and I believe it's awesome, and I have mentioned about every kind of authentication and how to do that into your Postman. Basic auth, hawk, even digestive of how it works, anti-LM authentication, hawk authentication, and other kind of auth kind of AWS signature, even bearer token, different kind of all kind of different authentication I have covered in this tutorial. Right now this tutorial is little bit long, so we are not more doing it now. So we need to understand one more concept, which is cookies. So cookies basically means that it's whenever server receives an HTTP request, and you can set cookie headers. It will be sent into a headers. So it's basically browser puts into a cookie jar where it's a you can say cookies are basically certain kinds of information which basically servers use to identify the clients, right? You can use the cookies for authentication purpose also, but they have like an incompatibility with the REST APIs, right? And what you can do instead of cookies is tokens. Tokens are like very much probably used, as you have seen in the slide, that authorization barrier, these kind of authentication tokens are used right now to do certain kind of authorization. So if we talk about what is collection in Postman collection are generally a group of shared requests, right? For example, if you have multiple requests, for example, you have a request of login, then after logging in you want to fetch a certain resource of a user, you want to fetch the student data of that user, and there are like number of requests, right? What you can do is that you can organize these requests into a collection. So collection has certain properties and features available in Postman that you can leverage it. So we are going to mainly work with, and in this tutorial I'm going to show you how you can create your own collection and how you can leverage major, or you can say other features of the collections that basically Postman provides. Okay, so the first thing for how you can create an collection. So these are the four things that you can do after creating a collection. You can create a collection, you can save a request to a collection, you can save collection from history also whenever you are doing, or you can duplicate a collection. So let's see how it's work. So right now if you have we have now opened a Postman, and so what you can do is that here is a button of new collection. You can click on this button, and here what you can do is that you can create a new collection. A collection is nothing but it's similar to a folder structure where you can organize or put your one request, and what you can do in the test runner, in a collection runner, you can run the request step by step. All right, that makes sense. So let's do one thing. Let's make our YT1 as a first collection. What you can do, you can give the description. So I'm going to get this as a demo. Okay, and what you can do is that you can also create an authorization for this collection. Especially, for example, this collection can be run directly by passing this basic auth. So for example, if I pass admin and admin, and if you want to run this collection, you need to pass a basic auth first. But as of now we are not going to do any kind of authorization for this collection. And another interesting thing that you can do is that before running this collection, you can run a pre-script. For example, if you want to send a particular request and get certain IDs before running this collection, then definitely you can leverage this pre-request scripts. And what you can do is that you can write your certain kind of variables. For example, if you want to generate a random number before running this collection, you can do in pre-script. For example, if you want to get the today's date, you can you can write the logic here in the pre-script as a JavaScript, right? And what you can do, another thing is important, is that you can write test cases for this collection specific. For example, we have certain responses, and what all for the all the kind of responses you can verify or assert your test cases into this tab also. And here, as I mentioned, you can basically assign certain variables which can be available directly into the collection level. Okay, these variable will be only available in collection, not in the environment or global scope, right? So that's how you create a collection. So I'm going to click the create button, and here it is, and we have a collection created. It doesn't have any kind of request right now. So what I'm going to do, you can favorite it. If I do the favorite, it will come first. Okay, and let's see what are the options available. So we have a first option as a sharing, and in this slide we have created our collection. We can save it. How do we save? So before going to sharing and all, let's do one thing. This is one of the basic requests that I have done. It's a get request. If I do a send, it's going to return a certain JSON response, right? What I'm going to do is that I'm going to save this into my collection. I have selected the collection and I can name it. So let's name it request1, and click on save. So now our collection will have get request as a 1, right? And another thing we can do is that let's fetch the third user data also, and let's save it again as a request2 in the same collection. Now we have 2 requests in the collection. So that's how you can save your collections. Another thing you can do is that save from history. What does it mean? Is that basically whichever request you are making previously also, it has a certain kind of history available in Postman. For example, if this request, I want to let's go to this request. For example, this request I want to save it into a collection. I click on this and I can directly save to this. Let's do request 3, directly save to my collection again. And if I come to collection, we have this request 3 available also, right? Okay, so duplicating the existing collection, what you can do is that if you click on this context menu icon, and you can duplicate this collection also. And here we have y1 copy, the same collection copy is available. So now we have 2 collections which contains same kind of request, right? And let's do one thing. Let's rename it. Let's name it YT2. Okay, so that's how you create the collection. You can save a request, different kind of request. You can save any kind of request. You can save, post, patch, any kind of method, HTTP method that you want to save. Okay, so that's how you do the creation. Now sharing of this collection, you can share within the app. This is an interesting feature. For example, if you want to share this collection with your friend, what you can do, you can just click on this sharing collection and go to this get link and get a link, and just share this link with your friend. And when your friends open this, the collection will automatically available into his or her Postman. Another important thing that you can do is that you can share the collection with your team also. In Postman, we have a collection of workspace. For example, right now I'm working with my workspace. This is my personal workspace where I have this kind of folder structure, or you can say these collections. But if I switch to team and I click on this one, it's going to switch to different workspace. It's complete, you can say, a complete different profile where I have only one collection. It's a team collection, and this team collection is shared with another user, which is my another email ID, right? So interesting feature. What you can do, let's switch back to my old one. What you can do is that if you want to share this with your team member, another team member, then you can share this collection also. So for example, my workspace I have already shared with my my another email. That's why it's saying already shared. What you can do, so right now what I am doing is that team workspace that I have created, I can share this with the team workspace. Now let's save the roles and let's switch and see if it is available here there or not. Now, so here you go. So now this team collection also have this collection shared. It's a shared collection, so everything that you changes, it will definitely going to reflect back here. All right, so it's a shared one. So now sharing in a dashboard that we have covered, sharing as a file. Another thing that you can do is that you can create You can what you can do is that you can create a particularly HTML format and static button. What you can do, you can embed this code into your, what you can say, in your on your website, for example WordPress blog and all, and you can share according to that also. Another interesting thing is that you can also append your environments also, environments of Postman, right? And environment things I am going to cover in the next tutorial, but you will get to know that these are basically certain kind of variables which are used in this collection. Okay, so these variables are also getting shared with whenever you are sharing your collection. You can mention it basically here. All right, that makes sense. Modifying the team permission also, for example, you can share a collection and you can just mention that these team members will have a read only access, and after that only 2 people will have certain kind of you can say read and write. So I'm not going to show that, but you will get the idea. So managing the collection, managing means these are the certain things that you can do with your collection. You can navigate through the collection. For example, you can go here and you can edit it and view the collection anytime. You can create a new collection with, for example, I can create a new folder and it will be like a sub folder, and I can create sub folder here. And so let's see if this available in also that it's getting synced or not. Yes, it is getting synced, right? So this is a shared collection, right? Let's switch back to my personal one. You can create new one. You can reorder the collection. For example, I can do like second request will be first ones. After that, this will be done, and this will be done. Favorite I have showed you, means whenever you do any kind of whenever you click this star icon, it will be get share favorite, and it will become as a first. You can filter out the collections also, and for example, by searching here, for example, if I want to see only YT related, then YT related are available. Delete the collection, definitely what you can do, let me remove that filter. You can delete the collection by clicking this delete button. You can recover a collection from trash also. If you delete it and if you go to this trash, and you will get, basically you can recover it. You will not see any kind of it because I have not deleted it, but you can click the button to recover it, and it will definitely will after it will be available again into this collections tab, right? Okay, you can share the collection, other collection feature, and adding folder that I have already covered you. So now what you can do is that let's move on to collection runner. So what I have is that I have these 3 requests: request 2, request 1, and request 3. I want to run this request. What I can do is that I can click this icon and I can click this run button. Now it will open a collection runner. This is an important one. What you can do, you can just run this collection, and interesting thing you can do is that you can provide any kind of environment to this collection. You can for example, if you want to give a iteration, for example, you want to run these 3 requests 100 times, so you can do 100 times, right? 100 into 3, 300 times. 100 into 3, yeah, 300 times this request will be run one by one. So 231, 231, 231, it will continuously running as a iterations. You can relay each request. For example, you want request 2, and after request 1 we have a delay of 100 millisecond, 1 millisecond, whatever it 1 second. You can mention that. You can log this request according to the filter, log all requests, failed or no response. You can select the data file. For example, if you are leveraging the CSV or any kind of JSON formats in your collection, for example, you can use the data variables from CSV file, then you can mention that also. Keep the variable values only, run the collection without using stored cookies, and these are like bunch of other options available in collection data. So what I am going to do is that I am going to run again one with no environment. I have, let's do environment also and run it. And as you can see, all the requests have passed and they have just run it, right? So there it is a you can say a runner, and you are seeing a results. And if you want to see what happened to the request, you can just hover over it, and request URL was this, headers were passed this, body was this, and response body, you will get the details, more details, right? And one more thing you can do, you can export the results as a JSON format, and let's move back. You can basically, if there's a failed test cases, that will be available here. Click on back. You can export the results. You can retry again. For example, I'm going to run this again, and you can do a new complete runner also. So that's how the collection runner work. So guys, what you can do with the environment. So first of all, we need to understand what exactly is an environment, right? In a very simple manner, environment is just a set of key value pairs, and this looks like this. For example, you have your domain.com as a variable that you want to use, for example, and in a simpler manner, what you can do, you can use this as a curly braces domain. So whenever you use the domain curly braces, these value will be replaced with the yourdomain.com at the runtime when we are running the collection of Postman. So that makes sense, right? These are like key value pairs. Whenever you use the key with the curly braces in your test cases, it will be replaced with the respective value, and this can be dynamic. What do you mean by dynamic? Let's understand. Before understanding the environment, let's understand what are the variables. So variables are nothing but you can say certain kind of values that you want to use dynamically, right? So variables are, for example, similarly the example that I have showed you, you want to use domain in your test cases of Postman, right? And what you can do is that if you use the curly braces, that will be replaced with the yourdomain.com, right? But what is the scope of this? Means I mean to say, whenever we are running the test case of Postman, we have certain collections created, right? So the scope is like this. We have different kind of variables. The first one are global variables. Global variables are variables which are basically available throughout the Postman. Means if you have created 10 global variables, like global variable 1 2 3 4 5 6, and they have respective value of the names of a students, then everywhere whenever you are using the Postman, you have different collections, or you can have a different request. You can leverage these global variables in your test cases. How you can use this? What you can do, you have to just use double curly braces and enter the variable key variable name of the key variable, and it will be replaced with the respective dynamic value that you have. I'm going to show you the practical example later on. Similarly, you have a collection level variables. So collection level variables are simple. For example, you have three collections: users collection, students collection, and a different login collection, right? So if I want to have a particular URL specifically for this collection, I can create also this. So what I can do is that I can create a collection level variable that can be used in only the collection level, right? Similarly, we have environment type. So I have explained what is environment, right? So environments are basically set of key value pairs, and what exactly mean by this, let's understand the simplest example. Is very simple. You can create a different environments for your collections, right? For example, I have a collection that I want to run. It's a collection of user. What exactly? It contains 4 requests: log in the user, create a user, get the user, and do certain things with user. These are 4 requests in a one collection, that is user. So what I can do, I have one staging environment where the URL of especially the URL of this staging environment is different. It is staging1.com, suppose, and we have different kind of you can say different kind of authentication available, and different kind of, for example, in this example that I'm going to show you, I have a value of pages 2, and whereas in production, whenever we are moving to production, we want to test this API, and we have a value of page is equal to 1 and key 1 key 2 are different keys. So what we can do is that we can switch between these two environment like just a drop down, and when we are running into Newman, we can just pass the different kind of JSONs. So this same set of API collection you can reuse again with a different kind of environments. For example, you can have a different staging environments and a one production environment, so multiple production environments, or you can have a different production environments with a different username IDs. Means you can create number of environments where you can use. It's a kind of a different environment where the variables are different, right? And similarly, we have data as well as local variables also, that we are going to discuss in example, right? So let's we are going to use a dummy API right now. It's a request.in, and the get request. Whenever do a get request with a page ID 2, it's going to give us certain results, right? So what I will do is that, and here we have one request. I'm not going to use this request as of now. Let's do one thing. Let's create new collection from start. Okay, we are going to create first collection, which will be test. Let's do UIT. No, let's create test one. Okay, test one. This is our collection, and let's create. Okay, so this is the test one created. I'm going to mark it star so that it's come up. It is empty, right? I'm going to filter it out so that we are not able to see any more. Okay, we'll only see this collection right now if we do the filtration part. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I don't have any kind of environment right now created. How you can create the environment? What you have to do is that click on this wrench button in the Postman, and here we will have the environment window open. As you can see, the environment is a set of variable that you allow to switch the context of the request, right? Means the context of the request can be staging environment, production environment, or anything else, right? And an interesting thing that they have mentioned, environments can be shared between the multiple workspace. So right now I am in a workspace. This is my personal workspace. I can create new workspace and I can share this same environment with another workspace also, right? And workspace concept that I have discussed in another video, right? Okay. So let's create one environment, right? I'm going to click this add button, and now we have one environment. So I'm going to name it as staging. So stage. So what I will do is that I'll enter the value of page variable. It will be 2, current value 2, and save and close. Okay, so now we have one request. So this is our request. I'm going to enter it, and this is the page. This is basically the full you can say the endpoint of this variable. So right now if I do the request, I'm getting the results of list of users, right? 3 users I'm getting in the page 2. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to use one variable which is page, right? Page we have, but when we do hover over it, it's telling us that it's unresolved variable. And if so, what we need to do is that we need to switch to this environment. So when I switch to this variable, now the value is 2. It's saying that the scope is environment, right? As you can see, the scope is environment. Initial value is 2, current value is also 2, right? And if you click this eye icon, you're going to see everything what exactly in is the environment and what kind of variables this whole Postman guy is using, right? So we are using page is equal to 2, initial value is 2, it is not changed, the current value is still 2. You can change also here if you want to, right? But will not as of now, right? And global variable is also set. So we'll understand the global variable after it. So I'm going to use this environment. Right now the similar results are coming because the value of this is 2, right? Similarly, we can create another example, another production you can say environment. I'm going to copy it. This is the duplicate environment button, right? Yes. So staging 2 is created. I'm going to name it as production prod, and the value in production is different. It's 3. Let's suppose. So what I can do is that let's close it, and now let's make a request with the production 3, and we have different results, right? And the value of if you right now once again, the value of page is not unresolved by, okay, the variable name is not defined in the production. Let's do click on production. The variable names got empty. It's probably some bug or something. Okay, now its value will be 2, 3, right? And here we have different results, right? So now how you can leverage the environment is that you can have 2 different environments. The value of set of variables are different, right? Now we need to understand what is global variable, right? So click on this wrench button, and here we have globals. So global variables are basically the variables which are available everywhere. For example, if you notice, global variable for a workspace is a set of variables that are always available in the scope of workspace. So for this personal workspace, these are available everywhere. If you create new collection, right? Let's create a new collection, and if we want to use this, and URL, then definitely URL will be available on that collection also, right? And since this is globally available, what we can do is that we can delete this and we can use directly URL, right? And if we hover over it, right, it will give you the scope is global and the value is this. Now we do the request again, we'll get the same results, right? But here are two different variables are used. The first one are global and second one is scope of environment, right? Cool. So another interesting thing we can do is that suppose we want to use, we have a concept of data as well as local variable also, right? And we're going to understand this thing also. Another thing before that you can do is that you have created two different variables, right? And let's do a different thing. What I'm going to do is that in the another thing you can do, you can create your environment variable as well as global variable from here also in the pre-script as well as in the test. So in the pre-script we have set global variable, right? So you can set the value of any global variable. So right now the URL is, I'm going to set the value of URL as google.com and send. So it will give us an error, right? So what's exactly happening if I do this? So now the value of the global variable is changed, right? We have changed in our pre-script. Before running this test, we have modified our request of URL and it is now changed to google.com. So google.com/API user doesn't exist. That's why we are getting the 404 error. So that's how you can set the value as well as you can get the value also if you want to get the value of it. So if you want, I want to get the value of it, and what I can do is that if I do console.log is works on Postman, and here, and if you open the console, go to view, show Postman console, and it's going to take 1 second and I'm going to enter it. So now it will print out the value of your URL. It's a global variable, right? And it's basically print out also the get request that you have made. And here we have learned how to get a global variable, set a global variable, and similarly you can do this with environment variable, and you can clear the global variable also, right? And right, so this is how you work with the environment variables as well as global variables, right? Another thing that you can do is that you can create certain local variables also. For example, let's create one data1. I'm going to write data1 is a 2, right? Right now the value of page is 3, right? And we have mentioned the data as 2. So what I can do is that in pre-request I can use this variable. Let's do data. Now if you see the value is unresolved, right? Let's do a request. Now the value is also, it's not working, right? And okay, so how we can use this? We can set this variable, right? Set as environment variable. Now what I'm going to do is that suppose this value I want to send and the value is 2. Let's do the request now. Value is 2, but it's not returning y. Okay, so I figured out basically the URL is google.com. That's why, because we have modified into the global variables, remember? So we need to go to global, and right now the global variable value is set to google.com. That's why it was giving us error. So we are going to modify it again because we have set the we have changed the global variable. That's why we need to remove the extra slashes here. Now now if we do the request, it's working, right? So we can now, as you can see, the value we have set as environment variable, and we have used the data variable. So now hopefully you have able to understand what are the difference between the global variables, environment variables, right? And you can leverage these variables into different environments. And I have told you how to create new environment, how to work with it, how you can switch to different environments. And how you can see what kind of variables that you are using in your environments, definitely by using the eye icon, right? So in this is all about this tutorial, and in the upcoming tutorial we will learn more about the Postman, how, and we'll use certain more advanced stuff, and basically learn how to create different kind of collections, and how you can leverage the collection, how basically pass on the different kind of variables to a different collections and values to a different kind of request, right? So guys, before learning about the dynamic variables, as well as how to work with CSV files, especially with in Postman, and do the API testing, we need to understand a little the concept, that is what is variable. So variables are basically, if you know already, that it is given on the slides also, it's a symbolic names that represent the information you store. So variables are nothing but basically allows you to reuse the values of reuse the values in a multiple places, so that you don't repeat yourself, right? So variable can be anything. For example, you have a url.com, for example you have a yourdomain.com. What you can do is that you can create a variable for this, so that you don't keep on repeating this variable every time. What you can do is that you can assign a particular variable, and you can use that into your API test whenever you required in Postman. All right, so let's understand what are the dynamic variables basically. So dynamic variables, basically it's a concept in Postman where they have like few dynamic variables available. Dynamic variables are which basically give you certain value. For example, we have one dynamic variable which is GUID. GUID basically will give you a v4 style GUID. GUID sometimes while making API request, we require certain kind of unique GUID to send along, and like we have also certain requests where you need to send a UUID. So GUID will basically give you v4 style GUID, which you can send to a server, which basically makes it very unique for the server, right? And another thing that you can do is that you can send the current timestamp in a particular format. So when you introduce this curly braces dollar timestamp into your request in Postman, that I am going to show you in couple of minutes. So what you can do is that you will get a current timestamp in replace. It will get replaced in when you are running that collection or request whenever it is. Okay. Similarly, you can use a random integer if you want to have integers, or if you want any kind of integers to be added. And generally random integers takes the basically gives you from 0 to 1000, right? Similarly, we need to let's understand what are data variables, how we can use it. So data variable basically Postman has special concepts where you can have a collections of requests. Collections are nothing but saved requests, and what you can do is that you can use these dynamic variables that will be coming from data variables. I know it's very strange to explain it right now, but in the practical example you will get to know. So data variables are basically the data values that you will get from any kind of data file, for example a CSV or a JSON file, anything, right? And generally these variables are also shown with double curly braces, right? Let me show you a simple example. Okay, let's switch to Postman. So right now we have our favorite request. I will be using this request req.res.in, and we have example of post, right? What you can do is that you can post to this URL API/users this plus this URL, and you can post any kind of name or job, and it will give you a response with the ID creation. Okay, it's a kind of a creation. So now what we are going to do is that I have written a small program specially for you. So what I have done is that I have created one environment where it is a production environment, and what we have is that only in this environment we have one global. Global is basically the URLs mentioned as the req and req.rs.in. Okay, so that global variable will be replaced from it, right? As you can see when I hover over it, right, the scope is global. So right now the value is coming from that. Now what we are doing is that we are making a post request, and we are making the post request using the data variable dynamic variable. These are dynamic variables, right? Oh, these are basically data variables, sorry. These are data variables where, so what you may be asking this question means, where we are getting this kind of request, right? So we are getting this request from a particular JSON. How we are getting is that, suppose I want to run this collection. So what I will do is that I will do and we'll open the collection runner window, right? And here, as you can see, the environment is selected prod, and iterations are 1, delay is no delay, and in the data I'm going to select a particular JSON file, right? I'm going to select a JSON CSV file, sorry, CSV file. If you click on this preview button, right, in this CSV file there's nothing but we have an ID 1 2 3 4 5, we have different names and we have different jobs, right? What I want is that I want to run this collection for 5 times, and every time I need to pass the first time the user name and job will be Pramod and Datta. In the second request it will be Amit and Singh, so it will dynamically change next time, right? So I hope you're getting this concept. So now these are basically 5, the count is 5, that's why the iteration is coming as 5. Getting me, right? So it will run, but before that let me show you the dynamic variables, right? We have that. So what I'll do is that let me send it. Okay, one second, let me send in headers, yeah, we can send anything, right? Accept, let me send a dummy value in accept. I'm not going to say send this one ABC, and what we can do, we can send certain values, right? If I do double curly braces, these values will come. You can send GUID, you can send random integer, you can send the timestamp, and there are 2 environment variables. E means environment variables available, which are available here also, right? These 2s are also coming. So let's send some random variable and it will be replaced at the runtime, right, in the ABC. And what we are going to do is that we are going to run this, and along with it we are going to open the console also. Okay, so this is our console and this is our collection runner, and I'm going to select again the file, and we have 5 iteration again. We can preview the data again, and I'm going to run this. So where did the run? Yes, so right now running the right? So what exactly going on is that, as you can see, in the console it has printed the IDs, right? And interesting thing is that we can see what we have sent as a header. So request header, what we have sent, right? We have sent the timestamp also, right? Let's see where it is. Okay, so now as you can see, what's going on here is that we have different requests that this collection has run 4-5 times, and every time we have different kind of, if you see a request body, the first one is Pramod Datta, and second one will be, again it will be changed dynamically with Amit Singh, right? And we can have a different, like, all right. So now, okay, so I hope that makes sense to you, right? So that's how you can use a CSV file with your Postman, and right. So similarly, if you have data in JSON also, just you need to select the JSON, and again the value data variable will be popped up, and you need to just select these variables according to it. The important point here to mention here is that you need to make sure that these name and job are matched with your CSV file. So I'm going to open the CSV file right now in front of you. So that's how, okay, so that's how this works. The column name is are basically your data variables, right? And these are the number of iteration, right? The first, by default, the first column will be taken as the data variable, and these are the number of iteration that basically the collection will do for a single request. So if you have multiple requests, for example, let me do a duplicate. Now you will have 5 into 2, 10 times. This time this collection will be run, and it will use in the second the 5 times this will be done, 5 times this will be done, right? That makes sense to you, right? Another thing that you can do is that what I have done is that in the test one, I'm just going to log the response of ID because the response is coming, right? And one important thing, if you are understanding, if you send this request directly, you will get nothing because the data variable will definitely going to send as it is. Right now the data variable will not be fetched from the CSV file until you run the collection and select the data file, right? By default they don't have any kind of value, and if you send, nothing will be passed. They will be directly sent as a particular string. So in this tutorial I'm going to discuss about these six uh, six, you can say, the topics that I'm going to cover. We are going to understand what is JSON. We are going to understand what is a JSON schema actually and how to validate it, and we are going to understand the how basic JSON schema looks like, and we are going to test it out, this basic JSON schema, with a practical example using Postman, and we are going to leverage a library known as tiny v4 validator. All right, so let's get started. Before going to the JSON schema validation, we need to understand what is JSON. If it's a very simple concept. JSON is a basically very kind of, you can say, the full form of JSON is JavaScript object notation, and these are basically key value pairs where you can transform your information from as a request or as a response, right? For example, we have hit an endpoint which has given us a response of a user ID 2, and we are getting into a human, you can say, very readable format, and it's a very lightweight format where we are getting the data, and we are getting the ID of that user, we are getting the email, first name, last name, and avatar link. Okay, so this key value pairs are basically kind of, you can say, these are the JSON. All right, so what is JSON schema actually then? JSON schema in a simple manner is basically, you can say, it's a data format, or you can say schema, which is very clear or human readable, or you can say most of the time it's a machine readable, and it's a structural validation, right? Generally JSON schema is used to automate, or you can say validate, the response of a JSON, right? And in the first line I mentioned the JSON schema is a basically contract for your JSON document that defines the expected data types and the format of each field in the response. So whatever the response that we are getting as a JSON schema is basically defines the expected data type and the format that we are getting. We'll understand the JSON schema more with the example. All right, but we need to understand the first thing, that why JSON schema validation required, right? So JSON schema validation required because for example, we can monitor the API responses and ensure that the format that we are getting is same as the expected one. For example, if you are getting a response, so you have a JSON response where you are getting a user data, and you have created a JSON schema and you want to validate every time, right? So that the response, or for probably certain keys and extra that you're getting in the JSONs, are not increased or decreased according to it. So we can create a JSON schema and validate with our JSON response every time we want to, as a API test, right? So using JSON schema to construct a model of your API response and make it easier to validate your API is returning the data it should be, right? It's a very simple form. It's a very simple one. You can get alert whenever there is any breaking change in your JSON response, because the validation of JSON schema will not match with your JSON response, right? So if I will tell you that basic JSON looks like this. We have an array, and in this array we have first name, last name, and a numeric array, right? So the top level, it's the top level of that API previously it was an array, and each item has certain fields, and we have first name, last name as a strings, and age is an integer, right? So let's create a JSON schema for it. Now the JSON schema that we have created, it's draft 4. It's a kind of a version. You can go to json-schema.org and to know more about JSON schema, and we are using draft 4 schema, where it has created the type is array. Items have items are basically kind of objects, and they have property of first name, last name, and age. And the first name has a type of string, last name has a type of string, age has an integer. So as you can see, the response that we were getting in the previous example, now what we have done is that we have created a JSON schema which is kind of similar, and basically you can say basically showing what kind of type they have. So for example, first name has a type of string. So if your response, whenever you're getting, if your response, for example, there's a bug in your system and in first name you're getting a number, then the validation of your JSON schema will fail, right? So this is the most important point why we are doing the JSON schema, right? And so how do you how do you validate the JSON schema? So let's understand step-by-step process. What you can do is that for example, if you have a JSON response as expected in your API, what you can do, you can go to JSON schema.net and create your API, enter the response of your JSON and create a particular JSON schema. Now what you can do is that you store that schema and basically you are going to match the response that you are getting every time from your API with the schema that you have stored. So schema is now your expected result, and the actual result that you're getting is response from your API, right? So I'm going to show you like in the I'm going to show you that thing into Postman. Cool. Now we are basically how we are validating. We are using a small library which is tiny validator v4, which basically there is a function where you can pass that expected result or a actual result. So schema, that schema object right now in the slide, it's your expected result, and data is that you are getting into actual result, right? So let's see how it works. So this is our API example right now. We have a data kind of, you can say, object, and it has a different properties of ID, email ID, first name and other, right? So what we are going to do is that now we have a JSON schema tool. You can go to jsonschema.net, and in the schema options, what you can do is that globally we are using you can use draft 7 as well as draft 6. It works the same, right? We are going to change it to draft 6, and what we are going to do, this is our response, right? So what I'm going to do is that this is a response that we are getting, right? I have put it into the Postman, and now we have the response right now. We have made a GET request, right? So I'm going to click on raw. I'm going to copy it, and basically we are going to generate the JSON schema for it. Now I'm going to paste, right? And after pasting, I'm going to basically, I need to change certain things. For example, in object, I want every property should be required, and in number, I'm going to make sure that use the number, not the integers, right? So integer and number will be different ones. I'm going to click this infer schema. Basically, it's going to create the schema, and by default for annotations, you can click these are like extra meta information. You can definitely, if you want, you can uncheck them also, and you are going to click again. Now it will give you the JSON schema properly. As you can see in the JSON schema, what's exactly going on. These are like certain meta informations, and only the data is required. So object, we have mentioned that object is required, properties are optional, right? So data should be there, it's required. If data is not coming, then our JSON schema is also will fail. And also in the properties also, we have mentioned that ID, these is also required. So any of this field is missing, then our validation will fail, right? And our validation will also fail if the type of, for example, if ID is not a number, then definitely validation will fail. Email is not a string, then it will fail. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I have already done this in the example. What you can do, this is the request that you have made get, right? And we are going to the test tab. Now what you have to do is, it's very simple. You have to just copy this thing, click on this copy blibo and paste it here. We are going to enter this information into this as a JSON response. This is our expected one. This is now becomes our expected results, right? And what you can do, you can leverage the JSON, you can use the tiny v4 validator, and here if you go down, there is a use of tiny validator option, right? But you can use this template. I'm going to mention into a description also. It's a very simple one. We are going to leverage the pm.test function, and in this we are calling t4 library. By default, this t4 library is available in Postman test tab, and we are going to call the validate result function. And now whatever the response that we are getting, so the response of this one, response of this request we are getting, this is our actual result, and schema is our uh, expected result. We are going to do is that if the result is valid, we are going to console it out and we are going to expect it to be true. So we are validating the JSON schema with our expected data, expected schema, and this is how we are doing in Postman. Now I'm going to run it. I'm going to send it, and as you can see that there is a fail of it, right? Expectation fail. So why it's failing is because let me give an example. So what I have done specially is that I have made a little bit change in our schema, because I have made id is equal to string. That's why it's failing. So I'm going to change it to number, and now the result will pass. So what's happening is that it's very simple one. We have created a JSON schema out of our response, and now we are validating the JSON response with our JSON schema. And if anything related to the properties of this schema and JSON's response are not matching, then this test will going to fail. So this is one of the important concepts of JSON schema validation. Here we go, right guys. So conditional workflows, basically what are these? So basically these are, you can say, subsequent requests that you want to do based on certain conditions. So if you have been like following my different tutorials, what you can do is that, for example, you have a request 1 2 3 4, and what you want to do is that you want to do like, if the request one is successful and it gives certain kind of response, and for example this we are creating an employee, and if employee is created successfully, then the response is the id of that employee. If the response of that id is that okay, it's okay, then we need to get this employee to do the further action in the employee, you can say in the flow. But if we didn't get the id, we need to just stop the execution right now. So suppose this thing we wanted to implement in the Postman, how we can do it? Let me show you how in this practical example. So in the example that I have given you in the slides, so if yes or any kind of true condition, you can execute this request, and if no, you can execute a different request. How you will use is it's a very simple syntax: postman.set next request, and in the next request you are just going to mention the which request that you want to execute in that thing. And interesting thing is that if you pass null, then it will basically stop the execution of your collection, right? So if you have been following my tutorials, then you will know that we have created an employee CRUD operation, and in the CRUD operation we have already discussed about how you can do different kind of HTTP methods. So we have very simple, you can say, creation of an employee. What we are doing is that in the prescript we are creating a unique name with a random variable. It's a dynamic variable, and we are creating any kind of employee. So what exactly is going on is that it will return a certain kind of ID. So suppose what I have written here is that in the text example, in the test, what I have written is that if the JSON.id, if we are getting the ID, then it will exist and the condition will be true, right? So what I am going to do is that if it is true, I want to get the employee. So the next request, this request will be executed. But if I didn't get any kind of ID, then the Postman reset request is null. So it will stop that collection. So if I run this using a collection runner right now, it will execute perfectly because we are getting a particular ID, right? But sometimes suppose your API is not working and you want to like the ID was not returning. What you want to do is that you want to execute a different thing. Then what you can do is that you can pass the another thing, like any kind of next request, your next request. If you didn't get any kind of ID, you can do a next request, right? And you need to remove the null value, right? It's very simple one. So by using this concept of using a set next request, you can use it in a certain way that if this occurs, then you need to do this request. If this occurs, you need to execute this request. If all of these are failing, you can terminate any kind of flow while running this collection in a Postman, right? So this was like small tutorial to give you how conditional workflow basically works in a Postman. So I hope you're getting a certain value from this tutorial series. And so let's first understand what is CRUD. So CRUD basically means to create, rename, update and delete of any kind of resource, right? So what we are going to do is that we are going to leverage this dummy API. What this dummy API will basically gives you is that it's a CRUD of an employee. So what you can do is that you can create an employee, you can update the employee, you can get a employee, you can also get the list of all employees, and you can update it, you can delete it, you can create it. So all the operation related to CRUD you can do it with using this example, or you can say this dummy API, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to switch to my Postman, and I have like created some dummy one. So what I'm going to start again with a fresh one, and I'm going to do name it CRUD11, or yeah, let's name it as CRUD demo 1. Okay, the first thing first, let me do this like this, and this is the CRUD demo 1, right? Let me star it, and so that it's will come to upwards or as a first result. And what I'm going to do is that let's do one thing. Let's create, first of all create. So if we want to create, let's click the first button, plus button, and if we want to create something, then we need to do a post request, right? So they have given us some post request. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to enter this request. So also I'm going to create a new environment. So let's name it emp, and we are going to enter the URL. So we are making this URL as a environment URL, right? And I am going to this till most of the APIs are common. The till v1 part is everything is common, right? So I'm going to make it like this. Here we have, and current value also I'm going to delete it. Okay, so now our URL is basically will be available through using our environment variable, right? And I'm going to switch to my environment variable. Now what we can do, we can leverage our environment variable here, right? And we can enter URL, right? And if we do this, then definitely we are getting the results, right? And if you see using the IA, basically when you hover over it, right, and it will give you the information about what is the value, total exact value of it, right? And we can also click using this I button, and that URL value is this. Notice the slash also. So right now we are not using slash, okay? But what should we ideally do is that we need to change it so that slash is not present, because it sometimes create a confusion. So I don't want to get confused. Update, and so that let's do like this, okay? Then it makes sense. And we are going to save this request. Okay, I'm going to save this request, and I'm going to save this request into CRUD demo 1, right? And this will be a request of create an employee. Okay, so here we have our first request, which is a creation of an employee, right? But the problem is that whenever we are sending any post request, we need to send certain data, right? We need to send the values. So we are going to send in body, we are going to click raw, and it will be a JSON request. What we have to send is that we need to send a name, salary, and age, right? If I send this, I will get an error that since the name is unique, here the name is a unique, so we need to send some random. Every time we need to send a random name, or you can say a new employee, right? So what I have done is that I have created a pre-script. It's a very small pre-script that I'm going to copy from this. Just go to pre-script, and what we are going to do is that we are using a dynamic variable. I have explained this concept of dynamic variable in previous videos. What we can do is that what it will do is that it will replace with some certain random integer from 0 to 1000 and promote. So promote 050, 0, promote 396, so any number will come. And what we are doing is that we are setting this value in an environment variable with the ename. Okay, so now our ename will be promote and some random variable between 0 to 1000. So every time we will get a unique name, and we'll send this unique name here. So how we can send, is using a local variables, and we can use the ename. Okay, make sure you put this into double quotes. Okay, and now I'm going to create it. I'm going to send this request. So here you can see that promote to 216 is created, and we are getting an ID, right? So what I want is that I want to use this ID into my next request by using a get method, right? So basically we are doing CRUD, right? and I'm going to copy this request from another this one. So let's make this available here rather than typing. Basically what this request is that, again we have, this is the thing, is it is already available as a URL, right? So we can replace this and we are going to save the request and till employee, and we have an ID, right? Where this ID is coming from? This ID is coming from because here in the test we need to write some logic that because the response contains an ID, right? So what I will do is that I again copy some request, copy this from my another test that I have already done. So it's a very simple program, basically nothing I have done. I have created one test case in Postman, and what I have done is that whatever response I am getting, I just put it into global variable. So whatever JSON.id I was getting, I just put it into EID and clicked on save. So every time, sorry, we need to put this into here in a create request, right? So after this is a pre-request, right? Before running the request we have generated a unique name, and after the request we have basically have an ID, and we want to use that ID into our next request, right? So now if I click on this, and it will create a new name, and the ID is 63697, right? And now if you hover over it, right, then the value is automatically getting set using global variable, since this variable is available into global, right? And we can send the request, and here we have the employee details getting it, right? So this is how you can use the post request and consecutive that post request, the variable that you are getting in a response to a next request, which is a get request. Getting me? All right. So now what we are going to do is that we are going further. We need to update this also. So now we have our employee ID created, and what I am going to do is that the name of the employee is promote126, right? I'm going to update this resource. The update is similar to, it's very similar to the I'm going to open my existing one. So the update is very similar. We need to just use the put method, and we are going to give a new name, right? I'm just going to name give a hard-coded name, right? And we need to pass the ID of this, right? And so what we can do, this one we have already know. So I'm going to just copy this here. Now we have, and we are going to make sure that our URLs are coming from our environment, and we'll save. And now basically this is already exists, that's why. So we are going to just do promote did, okay? And here we have the value of this employee with this ID is now updated. So the first we had the name of promote126, now it's updated to promoted, right? The ID of this 63697. Now what we are going to do is that we can copy this request, we are basically going to duplicate it, and we are going to make this now again. So now we'll get this, the name of that resource is updated. So that's how you can do. So it's create, rename and update. So only thing remains is delete, right? So again, delete, it's very similar to any kind of get request here. So we are going to duplicate it, and here I'm just going to name a delete, and instead of making a method as a get, we are just using the delete method. We need to pass the ID. ID is already available in the environment, right? So we need to just delete it, and method is not allowed right now because this as they are saying, let's see. Okay, it's not similar actually. It is similar to post request, update request. Okay, so till here it's a similar one. We are going to replace this, and we don't want to use this one, and here we are going to delete this request. And let me see if I can delete this, delete of that URL, and delete API 1 and 2. The ID is here, and I'm going to delete. So right now they are not allowing us to delete, but yeah, you got the point, means how you can delete it, right? So let me see if I am not doing anything wrong. Test is probably we need to pass API d1 JSON. Let's see if this basically deletes successfully. Delete get method. Okay, we need to pass like this. We need to pass the delete. Okay, so again, just you can use the same again, or what you can do is that you can as they are saying also that you can pass delete also to delete this as a get request. Again, we are just getting errors, but you got the point, right? We can delete using this other method. So that's how you work with basically CRUD operation, basically creation of an employee, renaming an employee, updating an employee, and deleting it. So just make sure that while deleting any kind of resource that you are deleting a proper resource. And delete requests are very you can say very vulnerable sometimes, and we have seen while doing the lots of API test cases. I have done like lots of test cases, and where we generally don't use delete request because it creates like lots of problem, right, sometimes. So again, I hope you have get some value information from this one, and I have like put my more info my heart and soul in this small tutorial for you. So if you are liking this tutorial series and liking my content, please like, share and subscribe. All right guys, so let's understand what exactly is the Newman first. So what you're going to learn in this tutorial, you're going to learn what is a Newman, how to use it, and what are the different commands that we are generally use. And see, like we are using Newman like extensively. We have lots of different scripts, basically Postman scripts, or you can say Postman collections created, and we are using, and basically we are running those collections using Newman only right now. And we have been using extensively. We have a large set of collections and everything that you can think about from perspective of any web application where we have a heavy CRUD operations, and we are using Newman. So Newman is a very powerful tool for your collections to run. And if you have created a well-defined API test cases in Postman, and you have created well-defined you can say collections, then you can run using this Postman using the Newman. So, right, so what's a Newman? Newman actually is a command line collection runner for a Postman, right? So if you have any kind of collection, you can run using Newman. It's a node program, it's a node utility basically, and it basically allows you to run or test a Postman collection directly from a command line rather than using the UI of a Postman. For example, if you have a servers, for example, you are running running your test cases on certain kind of servers where they don't have any kind of UI, so you will not have Postman UI running there. You need a command line tool, and that will be the Newman, where your collection can run, right? It can generate lots of beautiful reports that you can use. It can generate HTML report, JSON reports, and sometimes it also give you text results also, and it will basically going to print out all the details of whatever the collection that you have run, its past, fail, every kind of detail into the command line. Okay, so how do you install Postman, right? So we can install Postman using npm. If you don't know what is npm is a node package manager. You can go to nodejs.com, nodejs.org or .com, and install the node first. And when you install the node, you will basically able to get the npm command directly available to your PC or desktop, whatever it is, and you can install the Newman. And after installing the Newman, you have to just type Newman run and your collection. You need to be in the directory where your collection JSON is there. What is your collection.json? It's basically you can say export of the collection that you have created in Postman. All right, so I'm going to do everything in front of you. I don't have Newman installed in my machine. I'm going to install right now in front of you. So it's installing right now, and before so since it's installing, what we are going to do is that I have a simple collection. It's very simple collection. I have certain requests. These are get requests to a particular my favorite dummy API. If you do the send request, basically going to give you the user or any user with a 2ID. Any this is just a demo request, and this basically will give you you can say get response of any user with ID 3. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that we are going to export this collection. This is a collection of this is a collection, right? So we are going to export, and we are going to use the 2.1 version right now. It's a recommended one, right? And we are going to save into directory. Like I'm saving into this directory. I have already saved previously, so let's replace it, and it's successfully exported, right? And let's see if our Newman installed. So Newman has installed successfully. And if you do dir, since I am in Windows, I am going to do dir. If you're on Mac or something, you can do ls. And here we have our collection available, right? Before starting, let's enter the Newman and see what kind of details is basically gives it. So it's right now giving us two options. You can get the version. Let's see which version it is. So minus v using it's 4.5.5 version right now I'm using, and I'm going to use minus h for help. So help basically will give me every kind of. All right, so help basically will give you what are the different commands available, right? To get the available command using okay, you can use you can find, for example, I want to know what is run, so I'm going to use it basically gives me more option regarding this, right? That you can use an environment extra. What I would suggest you go to the npm npm.js.com Newman, where we have a lot it's a basically repository of Newman. And here they mentioned how you can run your first collection that we are going to use. So let's run our first collection before starting. I'm going to clear it out. So Newman run, and here we have, and okay, so slash, it's not slash u, so it's going to execute this collection now. As you can see, it's executing, and it has created a report that okay, these are the executed ones, and I have done one iteration, 3 requests, 0 failed, everything is passed, and I have done using this taken nearly around 1.7 seconds and whatever the data, right? So we have successfully run our first request. What you can do is that you can create, if you do, you can get a link and you can run using this collection also, right? If I do this, instead of mentioning directly the JSON file, means no downloading or exporting, we can use directly the link of that shared link of that request. The same thing will happen, right? So I'm going to clear it out. So that's how you can use Newman. And now I'm going to show you the different methods, like different not methods, different commands especially. So interesting commands that you need to use. The first one is how to use the environment, right? So I'm going to search for environment, yes. So if you mention -e, so what you can do is that you can export your environment also, right? So I can export by clicking here and here, export, and let's go to a directory directly. It's in document Postman, yes. So here it is, and let's copy the name. And if I want to run this collection with my environment available, so I'm going to do, I can do that, right? Now this collection will run using this environment, right? Right now we are not using this environment, but yeah, you get the point. We can use it, right? So the URL is dummy API right now. So okay, so let me do one thing. I have created, right? We have created one example of this CRUD API in the previous video, right? If you haven't watched it, watch it now. This is a CRUD application. So I'm going to export this application, and this will be the name of it. And this request is basically using the EMP environment, right? So what I'm going to run is that I'm going to run this collection now, and let's see if this name is coming. yes, and minus E. Now I'm going to pass. So Newman run name of a collection minus E environment, right? I'm going to enter, and now it will run the collection according to that. So now everything is run, and we have like done all CRUD operations, right? I hope that makes sense. So another thing that you can do with this is that you can export your globals also. If you go to environment again, right click this wrench and go to globals, you can export these. How we can export these? One second. Download as JSON. Yes. Now globals will be available, and how you can do is that similarly minus G, and this is how you can use your globals, right? So Newman run collection name minus E environment name minus G your global name, right? Cool. And one prescript is also run. It's basically going to tell you. Another thing that you can do is that you can generate reports. You can export the environment after running. You can mention the working directory of your basically where to read the files if you're working with any kind of CSV or anything like that. You can use timeouts. You can mention, and one of the important thing is that you can use -k to disable the SSL. Sometimes while we are testing these request into the test apps, then you need to mention -k because most of the test app don't have SSL verification or they have SSL errors, right? You can use delay request, and that is also like if you want to delay the request 1 second, 2 milliseconds, anything like this, you can use this and minus delay request and mention the 1 second 1000 as a number for 1 millisecond, right? And you can use another bunch of options, and let's generate some report. I want to see some reports, right? So they have a very yes, if you do -r, it's going to generate the reports, right? So what I'm going to do is that just going to mention /html. I'm going to enter it, and I'm going to run this collection now, and let's see if it has generated any kind of the folder is name, and it's had generated 2 reports now, but HTML report has not generated. So let me see how we can generate HTML report. HTML. Okay, you need to install one more package to create HTML report. So I'm going to install it. It's going to take very less time. Now I'm going to run this again. So -r CLI JSON J report and HTML, and I'm going to I'm just mentioning that you need to give CLI as a command line, JSON report, JUnit report, and HTML report. So now it has generated it, right? And you can see very beautiful report has been generated as HTML. And here everything is mentioned, what are the method used, what is the time taken, what is the name and the request and everything, right? So this is how you work with the Newman, and it's basically how you works, and it create a beautiful reports around it. And similarly, if you have any kind of CI/CD, or you can say Jenkins, you want to run this as a Jenkins, you can create a job and mention in your batch file this command only. Install the Node.js first using Jenkins pre-configurations, or you can say install certain plugins for Node.js, go to the directory, export your collections in that directory, use the Newman command, and you will have a CI/CD, or you can say continuous integration, continuous delivery, running API test cases using using Newman as a command line tool, right? I hope that makes sense. And if you have find any kind of value in this tutorial, I would suggest you to like and share and subscribe. And if you want to watch more awesome videos like this, and so just make sure you share and subscribe and like. So in this tutorial, you're going to learn about what exactly is a GraphQL, how the GraphQL is different from the REST API, and how to test a GraphQL queries in a Postman. So apart from it, we are going to test our different GraphQL queries using Postman, and we'll create certain test cases around it. So it's going to be a hands-on tutorial with little bit of theoretical concepts. So let's get started, guys, right? Okay. So if I tell you that what is GraphQL, probably I'm expecting that you already know about it, because since this is a tutorial about how to test the GraphQL queries for a postman, right? But let's little bit revise about what exactly is a GraphQL. So GraphQL, as you already know, that it's a query language for an APIs. So what you can do is that you have to just ask client. What exactly client can do is that he just can ask whatever fields he needs, and he'll ask to the GraphQL server, and it will return whatever the data according to the fields that he have mentioned. So clients have a power to ask for exactly what they want, and you have to just send a GraphQL query to an endpoint where, and you will get exactly what you need, nothing more than that and nothing less than that, right? But if you think about the REST APIs, so suppose, let me give an example. There's a REST API where it will give you all the information of the user, but if you want to use only name and age, you cannot ask, because when you ask the name and age, what the REST API, the endpoint is returning is everything that you want. So this is a problem of what we call overfetching, and sometimes there's a problem with the underfetching also. For example, if we want to have the full data of a user plus something else, then we have to use multiple requests in a REST API, right? So that's how the REST and GraphQL differ. Let me give an example. So let me show you. It's a very wonderful example which explains how exactly REST API works. So here, as you can see, a user is asking a GET request. So if you mention the user ID, user post and followers, and in the second step you want to ask about the post, what exactly the post that this user has done, and in the third request is asking the followers. So these are like multiple requests has been made for a particular REST API resource, right? But let me show you that this is the same concept into a GraphQL. So what exactly you can do is that you have to just mention a one single query where you can just mention the user ID, and what exactly fields that you want. For example, we want name, post and followers, right? So we have just mentioned the single query, and the GraphQL server will basically returns you the overall response. Isn't that amazing, guys? So GraphQL, if you go to Google, and probably if you are known to that GraphQL is like a becoming an industry standard right now. And if you go to this article, it's basically wonderful to explain the difference between the GraphQL and REST, and how GraphQL is better than REST in anything. So GraphQL adoption is getting increased, so we have to be prepared. If the GraphQL queries are getting implemented in your REST API or APIs or in your projects, then you should know how to test those APIs. And the wonderful tool that we have to test any APIs is Postman, and we love Postman, right? So let's come to the Postman. So Postman 7.2 version basically has introduced a new support for GraphQL. So if you open your Postman, you can download the Postman. If you want to go to this getpostman.com and download it, and here if you go to this body part, and if you select this GraphQL, here you can mention your GraphQL query and your GraphQL variables, and you will get the response. So this is a new basically you can say kind of feature that they have introduced, right? So let me give you a simple example how GraphQL looks like. So this is basically a demo app for a GraphQL, where what you can do is that this is an endpoint with a GraphQL mentioned as an endpoint. What you can do is that you can query the hero and friends. So what are the fields we want is that any hero with the names and friends. So what we are going to do is that we just click on this run button, and basically it will return a certain kind of JSON response. The JSON response contains that okay, the hero is R2D2 and it has a friend of Luke Skywalker, Han Solo and Leia again. So it's a basically Star Wars you can say hero and heroines. So that's how GraphQL works. What exactly we want, it's basically returning. So suppose I don't want any kind of friend, so I just omit this and just run it. So it's basically going to return the name of this hero, and it will not return you the friends. That's how simpler you can say GraphQL works. Okay, so let's see. We have an example. So let's use this simple example also, say for the first one. So what we are going to do is that we'll put our first GraphQL query and we'll just change the mode to post, and after that in the body part in GraphQL we are going to mention our first query. Okay, so what is the first query? The query is looks like this. This is a structure, you can say, or a schema for a particular query. And now we are asking, we don't have any GraphQL variable right now, and but in second example we are going to use any GraphQL query with GraphQL variable also. So now we are going to click on send button, and it's going to return. It's taking time. Once again, yes, now it has returned. If just make sure that you are in the pretty full response. So this is a response that we have got, and this is the response that okay, it's a dummy API, so and anytime you run it, it will just return you this response, and the response is 200. Okay, with like nearly 2 seconds of response time. You can save the response if you want to. So, and now how to test this, right? So what you can do is that you just go to test, and what we are going to test, suppose we want to check if the name of the response that we are getting is R2D2 or not. What we are going to do is that this is the simplest thing. You can just go to request body, and we are basically interested in getting JSON value, right? So we click on it, and basically it's going to return our JSON data dot value equal to this. So if we want to get this especially this field, so let's do one thing. Let's get the third name, that if the third name is equal to Leah or not. Leah, I guess it's Leah. Okay, so this is how it works. So we are going to just JSON data, and we are getting we'll get data dot hero, and hero has a friends in array contains second of name, and let's change it to so suppose this is our data, so we are going to basically going to verify it with the response, and here we have. So now what we are getting is JSON data is a response that we are getting. If you want to see the response, you can do console.log here also, and you can get the whatever data it is returning. So it's basically going to return this overall JSON, and what I am interested is mainly is that JSON data dot hero. I want to see the response of it. So if you want okay, I just click the save button. So what you can do is that just click on view, and here's a Postman console. You can see the console.log whatever the logs are getting printed in this window, right? Okay, so let's send it and see how it goes. Okay, so our test case is passed, and it is passing. Let's see the response. Okay, so we are getting the response here. So JSON.data.hero, we got the value that friends with the name, and this is basically the request whatever it is that we have mentioned. All right, so this is our like the first test that we have written for this GraphQL test, GraphQL query. I would suggest you to just go with like standard status code like 200 also added, and one more thing you can add is that here in the headers sometimes okay, you can add the timing convention also, but it won't make much sense. So let's do another example where we are going to pass certain variables also. So these are like GraphQL variables which you can use also, right? So I have one example. So it's a Spotify example. It's a Spotify dummy app. I'll go to new tab. I'll just enter it and go to body and select the GraphQL. So what I'm getting, okay, so I'll use this, and here we have like whatever, it's a query, and basically this query, what exactly this query done is that is that you have to mention a particular name of an artist. It will return you the name, image, and the album. Okay, so what you can this is the one, this is like a graph variable that we are using, and artist we can use dynamically. So what I'm going to do is that I'll create one environment. So let's call it demo1, and here we are going to basically mention the prop value of artist, and I'd like to go with like Mickey Singh, and let me enter the current value also. So now what we have done is that, and demo1 is done. Let's close it out, and we have just mentioned the demo1 as it. So now what exactly will going on is that the whatever the value of this artist, it's getting set by as a Mickey Singh. So what we are sending is that we are basically sending a GraphQL query with a you can say a artist name, which is a Mickey Singh, and what we want is that we want name, image, and albums, right? Let's send it out and see how it goes. So yes, okay, so it works very well, and now it is returning us that the name of the artist is Mickey Singh. So let's see if the image is right. Image, let's go to Google and see if the image of the artist. Yes, so image is right, this is Mickey Singh, and we are getting the albums at okay, that it is returning a certain albums, right? Yes, and the full, it's basically giving us some more details like full name and more albums. So it basically returning us two you can say two kind of results. It has two results. The query artist has basically returning it two results: the name, image of albums. It's basically you can say an array which contains two artists with the name, image, and albums, and basically there are like two artists matching with Mickey Singh. It's Mickey Singh, and the another one is also Mickey Singh Narula, something like this. Yeah, but that is like different one. It's basically, I pretty much sure this is not a Mickey Singh, but it's getting matched. Okay, that let me see. No, who is this art? Okay, we have double quotes. Okay, this is totally different. It doesn't. Okay, so let me close the console. So now we have result of this. So we can write a particular test case, like go to this test tab. You can write what we can do is that just do it JSON value. We want to first check that if the name of the artist that we are getting is Mickey Singh or not. So write JSON.data.query this. So let me go to query artist, and it's an array. So we are going to with 0th element dot name, and so it should be Mickey Singh, the first one. Okay, this should be Mickey Singh, right? And what we want is that we want the first album. We want to check if the first album is Tere Naam or not. So we are going to basically duplicate this thing, and this is like albums, and it's an array. So the first one will be 0th one, so it should be Tere Naam, and then just going to copy and paste here. Okay, let me type it out. Tere Naam. All right. So let's see. So let me send it again and see if our test cases are passed or not. So one of the test cases is failing. So Darshan is saying that Tere Naam is not deeply matched with Tere Naam. Okay, so what we can do is that basically it's a string mismatch, and it is a mistake. So we have to mention name, right? It will match now, right? Our test case is passed. So it's like a small tutorial where you can how you can test your GraphQL queries using Postman. So let me give you certain links to read it out. This is the main website of graphql.org. You can go through it. I'll mention these two examples, and I would suggest you to read this article. It's a very wonderful article written what is the main difference between the REST and GraphQL, and how REST APIs are basically have a limitation of uh, they have a limitation of underfetching and you can say overfetching. Most of the time, like if we are doing API testing or using a Postman in it, then this is the go-to uh, kind of feature that we are using, especially with Postman. So this is a tool, this is a kind of a feature basically allows you to import any kind of request from a web browser. So for example, I give you that this is your Postman, and let's do a simple request. Generally I'll go to request response.in, and what we can do, we have, let's do simple thing, and I have already like used this tutorial, this kind of API in the previous tutorial, so that's why I have. So this is one of the get request, and suppose I want to import into the Postman, then I have to write all the stuff, right? What I can do is that I can right click on it, click on inspect element, go to the network tab and just refresh this tab, and here as you can see that this request is going on, and we have request URL, and in the response we are seeing that this is the response that we are getting, and as well as request header, what kind of headers they have sent. So all the information is available in Chrome. What we can do is that right click on it, click on copy as curl, and now what we can do, we can import this request. So this is the important button. If you go to this file, import, or directly click on this import, and here what you can do, you can import any kind of request that you have saved in certain formats. For example, this request that I have import, this is a curl request, right? So this is the curl request. I'm going to paste it and I'm going to click the import button. Now what will happen, as you can see, it is imported directly into the Postman, and all kind of headers that we have used, that particular browser have used, as already like you can say imported into it, right? So this is one of the important, or you can say very good feature. I will say it's a very awesome feature for a Postman. And what you can do, if you think about it, if you just hover around it, it will give you what you can import. You can import any kind of Postman collection curl request that we have done. You can import RA, ML, WADL, and open API files. These are like another kinds of different you can say API type of request, or this is a particularly connection. You can import anything, like. So this is the first feature that I like most about the Postman. So let's come to the second one, and as I have mentioned, you can do the paste as row and request, and you can definitely use that. This is another important you can say a feature of Postman. What you can do is that you can create collections, right? For example, this I have created a particular collection of users where these are like different requests. This is a get request, this is a post request, this is a patch request for same kind of user. So these are all related kind of request, but they have different kind of methods, HTTP method, right? But what we can do is that we can combine them into a single collection, right? So what's the advantage of creating a collection? For example, if you have user, similarly you can have a different collection. You can share your correct collection with anybody you want, and you can directly run this collection also. If you go to this icon, and there is a button which is run, and it will give you a collection runner menu, and it's a runner which basically allows you to run this request one by one. So first of all, the get, this one will be executed, this one after this, after this, after this, after this, and after this. So collections are important. If you are using Postman in any kind of your API testing, definitely I would recommend you to use collections. Create collections as much as you can, so that you have a structured environment of any kind of request that you have. All right, okay, let's jump to another. And another thing that you can do is that you can run your collection. As I've already mentioned you, whenever you have finished your connection to run, it will give you a very wonderful looking report, and it will mention that what kind of requests have passed, and you can just debug it around. Means you can debug directly your full collection, what are the steps and what kind of particular requests that have been failed. All right, that makes sense, right? Cool. and you can create collection using this plus button, and right, and you can create as much collections as you want. Postman allows like probably infinite collections you can create. Another thing is that well, you are doing a API testing using Postman, I would recommend, if you have created certain kind of collections and you know the expected output of them, create certain test scripts. I'm going to attach my text example, post request text example, as well as another tutorials along with it. If you want to watch it out, and where I have discussed more about how to write better test case using API testing using Postman especially. So you can leverage the test cases, and if you go to this URL, there are like number of different examples that I have already discussed, and it's the official documentation of Postman where they have discussed how to write proper test cases, and how we have modified, I have discussed that thing in my video, right? So write proper test cases. This is my tip number 3. So, and another thing you can use, it's a kind of a tip for basically, I would say it's 3.1 or 3.5, you can take anything, right? So what you can do, you can create subfolders also. For example, user have certain features, so you can create another folder which will be another collection, right? So you can have subfolders also. This is another feature that we like about most about Postman, right? Okay. Another important thing that I have seen like lots of even advanced API testers are not utilizing are the JSON schema validation, guys. This is very important thing when we are doing the API testing. What you can do is that you have a JSON schema. For example, you have a particular GET request and you know about the GET request, what kind of key value pairs are getting, right? What you can do, you can create a schema out of it, and every time the response comes, you can compare the schema using the tiny validator framework which is available into the test tab of your Postman. This is one of the important and advanced concept of Postman, and I have a tutorial around it, you can watch it out. So this is like a proper, the first check of your API testing, that the structure that you are getting is matching. For example, you have particular API and you have 3 keys you are getting, for example, and you have a bug in backend, and for example after 3rd day you are getting a 4th key, means you will not able to check it out using a simple testing methods, right? What you can do is create a schemas, and schema validations will fail in this case. This is like one of the first check of API test, if you think about. So you can definitely leverage this JSON schema validation feature in Postman, and I have a tutorial, you can watch it out, right? Another important thing about Postman you can do is that you can use BDD style test cases in test tab of Postman, and we have used it. You can go to this URL, just copy paste this first request, and you can leverage the test cases after like describe and it blocks, as we have in Jasmine, Mocha, and whenever we are doing probably Angular React related test cases, right? And if you belong to a Java background, then definitely this describe it block is you will not able to much understand, but if you know about what is protector, and how we create generally kind of test cases in Jasmine and Mocha, especially using WebDriver JS, then this is like you can say one of the easiest way to create test cases, right? And we have tried it into our we have tried it, and we are extensively using it because it creates a very simple, you can say it blocks sometimes in Postman, and you can leverage these test cases, right? Cool. Another thing important point is that, for example, if you have a collection and there is a request, for example there's a 1 2 3 4 5 request, and if you want, if certain condition, for example if I didn't get the response in second request, I want to jump to 4, what you can do, you can use this awesome feature of Postman which allows you to control the test flow. So you can write in test tab of a Postman that if the condition of ID is null, then you can go to the request number 4 and you can mention the name of it. So now what you can do, you can control the flow. For example, you can jump your collection from 2 to 4 and 4 to 3 and 3 to 5 and whatever you want to do, right? So this is another you can say most important feature of control for Postman, right? This is like you can say bare bone of Postman. You can create an environmental variable like, and as well as the dynamic variables which you can leverage. For example, what you can do, you can create a variable for your application, right? For example, there is a particular collection you want to run in staging as well as in production. Now you don't have to hard code the URL every time. You can use you can create a different environments, for example a staging environment and a production environment. In production environment, the variable will be different. For example, your account will be different, your logins will be, credentials will be different. And in the test environment, these credentials and all things will be different, right? What you can do, you can just you can directly just switch from different environments, and your collection will not be like hard coded one. And you can leverage this feature of awesome feature or of environment as well as dynamic variables, right? So if you know about it, that environment and dynamic variables, like they have certain types or scopes. They have global, collection ones, and environments and particular. I have described this into a separate video where we are just focused on environment and dynamic variables. You can check it out, right? So these are like 7.5, I would say, that 7 important tips, or you can say the features of Postman that we like, and I especially like it. And let me know which feature you like in API testing, especially using Postman. So let's move on to this, guys. But first of all, what you need is that make sure you go to developer.spotify.com. You should have, the Spotify uses a type of authorization which is called as bearer. In bearer authorization, you just need a token for authorization. So every user have a different kind of a token. Okay, so I have right now, let's see. So right now I have logged in with my Spotify account, and I have like a 1 2 3 4 5 playlist already created for me. Okay, so what we are going to do is that let's go to console, and we are going to leverage the playlist API. So it's a basically, if you see, it's a full-fledged CRUD operations, right? Create, read, update and delete, everything related to playlist. You can do that using these APIs, right? So let's see the first one, which is the get one. Okay, if you want to get all kind of playlists, so right now I have like 1 2 3 4 5 playlists, right? And this is the simple example. This is the endpoint, guys. So the endpoint is URL/v1, probably the version number of their APIs /me for my profile, and the playlist. I'm getting all the playlist of my account, right? And I can have some optional parameters, means how many playlist I want. Right now I have only 5, so I don't need to pass it. And interesting thing that it requires OAuth token. So how do we get it? We can get it if you're already logged in with your Spotify account, then definitely just check all the options, and it will basically give you the OAuth token to you, right? So I'm going to check all of them, and I will request a token, and here we have some my token already created now. So this is the curl request. Basically what you can do is that, very interestingly, you just need to go to Postman and click on import, paste as raw and import. And if we do the send, then this API will start working, right? And here we have the first playlist name, new playlist, and after that we have hello playlist. So all kind of playlists are right now available, right? And how many tracks it have, basically all the things it is giving us. So this is like a simplest one. Interesting thing is that if you go to headers, the authorization we are passing as a bearer token, right? And how we can use it, we are basically passing authorization key with a bearer token that we are already using, right? So we have generated using the Spotify one. So I have already prepared a simple example for you guys, especially. So how to get, basically you can search any kind of track on Spotify. If you do the API using this search one, you need to pass a query. Right now I have passed Dano James, and same authorization will work if I do send. the session is expired. Okay, the token expired, so I'm going to replace my token. Okay, let's do this. And now, yes, so all the songs related to Dino James will come here. So the first name is I'm Loser, and different Spotify has only one track right now. So by using this you can get all kind of basically this is a search API of a Spotify, right? Now how do we create the playlist, right? Playlist, if we want to create something, we need to use post HTTP method, right? Remember, so we need to pass again the same you can say same token, bearer token and all, and the body we need to pass is basically the name of our playlist. I'm going to pass at YT, and everything will be like same. I'm just making it public as a true, and let's send it out. So we are getting a 201. Basically the playlist is now created for us, and if I do a refresh here, let's do a quick refresh and see if the playlist is created using API or not. So our YT playlist is now created, and it doesn't have any kind of API right now, but let's add some APIs. Okay, so how do we add the API, right? And they have a particular post method. Again, you can add the track, and basically you need to pass the token again. I'm just going to update the token because the last token was expired, and let me do. Okay, so let's see how do we add the playlist, how do we add the track to a playlist, right? So let's add this one, right? This is how you do it. You need to have a playlist ID. How do we get the playlist ID? Here, when we have created our YT playlist, right? This is the ID we are getting. Okay, so we need to pass this ID. Let's do one thing. Let's copy this. Another thing that we can do is that we can pass the ID here. It will basically create a curl for us, so it will be very easy. And one more thing, suppose we want to add, right? So we need to have certain kind of a track, right? We need a track URI. So let me get some track URI. Okay, so I'm going to add this track, and let's add here and add one more track. Let's add this 2 times. So if it is getting added or not, let's see. Let's add it 1 time and see. Position I don't want to mention right now, and this is the curl which is already created for us. Now we are going to import this curl, and here we have. Let's send it out, and we have a created, right? So let's see if our track is getting added to our YT playlist or not. Yes, it's got added, right? So that's how you can work with Spotify playlist API. Again, it's similar to CRUD operations, but the authentication used is auth, and you need to get a certain token first, and everything is very much similar to that you are doing with using this. And one more thing that you can do, so now I would suggest you to I'm going you giving you certain kind of tasks. So how you can do is that just try to put some tracks into the existing created playlist, and just try to delete certain tracks from the playlist, and creates a collection and share with me in the comments below. Okay, this is a task for you, and trust me guys, you will learn a lot when you do this. Just work with this playlist API of Spotify. It's a real world example, and this is like a similar one. Most of the time, even the API testing, you will be working with this kind of stuff. Okay, so just try it out, the playlist APIs of CRUD for Spotify, and tell me in the comments if you have any kinds of issues. So why workspace are basically getting used? Workspace are basically in a Postman are basically used to organize your APIs. Means if you have a particular workspace, but what you can do is that you can create certain kind of roles to that workspace. Means only these workspace will be accessed by certain users, and there are like 2 types of workspace: personal as well as workspace, team based. So if you have a personal workspace where you can have certain kind of collection that you want to work with, right? And you can share those you can share the full workspace with anyone, also. And you can have a team workspace where you will have different kind of collections. If you are doing a proper API testing, you can have certain kind of collection in team workspace where they can create, or you can say change, different people can change the different kinds of APIs and collections, and they can work in a single workspace, right? That's what makes the workspace more powerful. So in the personal workspace, you can keep your separate works and organized. Only you can see your personal workspace. Again, you can create unlimited number of personal space in Postman right now, and as well as you can organize your collection, environments, global variables, and another kind of features. In the team workspace, it is very interesting. You can allow, basically you can create again unlimited workspace with a free Postman client. You can invite your team members to basically change, or you can say update the collection that you have created in a team workspace, and you can maintain the source and make sure, and you can also make your workflow more efficient by versioning, forking and merging, that I'm going to show you, right? So sharing your API collection, APIs elements, that's what you can do with the workspace. So let's do one thing. I'm in a Postman right now, and if you go to this team workspace, the first one is the my workspace. This is the by default the workspace where you have different collections that we have created, right? And these are the collection like personal to me, and no one can change it right now. And I can and this is the team workspace, where if I switch to team workspace, we have two shared workspace with another email ID. Okay, and what you can do is that you can create unlimited personal, you can say workspace, right? I'm going to create my workspace ws1, and I can basically write anything I want to write basically a description of this, and I'm going to create, right? So now I have two personal workspaces. Similarly, you can create any unlimited number of team workspace, right? Interesting thing is that for example, I have created one collection here, A, and I'm going to write one in small request of google.com. That's all. It's a very simple one, and I'm going to save this to this collection. Right now, what I can do is that I can share this collection, right? And another thing I can do is that here, if I do this, and I can invite to this workspace, means any email ID. If I have another friend, I want to share this collection, share this workspace with this with any kind of this, basically you can say the, if so now you can invite any kind of user to this workspace, right? And you can give them a generate link, or basically you can manage the roles also when you're working with team. So if I switch to team workspace, what you can do is that if you go to this here, clicking this, you can manage the permissions, and also you can invite to the workspace with the permissions, means who can see who can create the collection, who can edit the collection. These kind of permission also you can work with in a. So API testing is important, guys, and right now if you know that millions of applications right now are using behind the scene APIs, right? If you know Facebook, Instagram, and all of them, most of them are making millions of requests through APIs, right? And to kickstart your API journey, we require a certain tool, right? So Postman is one of the tool, and in this video we're gonna target what is new in the Postman 8, and we're gonna see some release notes and some of the important features that are basically added to the Postman. And I'm gonna show you a demo also, practical demo. Stick to the end. All right, so let's get started. All right, guys. So just a disclaimer, guys, my videos sounds better when you play them at 1.5x. All right, so let's get started. All right, so first of all, Postman is basically, it's a not a tool for API testing. It's just basically a suite which basically allow you to develop your APIs, right? So we as a tester, we can use or basically verify our APIs by using Postmans, right? So why
Why to use Postman? Because Postman provide you like different HTTP methods whenever we are testing a REST API, especially, or you can test SOAP also, right? It provides a certain ways or certain features which can help you to automate as well as test your APIs. All right. So let's see what are the different features that that are included. And if you are new to this Postman tool, I will highly recommend to watch my 30 days of API testing with Postman series, where we have started from scratch, even as a beginner, and we have basically learned the advanced concept in Postman also. All right. Okay. So the first feature that they have included is universal navigation, right? So what is universal navigation? If you see, let me make myself a little smaller, right? If you see, whenever you launch with the Postman, you will see this thing. And right now I'm at the release notes of the Postman. So you can go through this link and you can see that. And let's do one thing. So I have updated Postman. So I'm going to open it right now in front of you. And universal navigation, basically, it's a kind of a home page that you see most of the time, right? So right now, if you see, my Postman is opening, and here, if you click on this home button, right, you will see this universal navigation, where you can get started with Postman. You can start with something, you can import something, explore the public networks, you can work smarter, right? So let's jump one by one. You have workspaces, right? So workspaces, now they have moved their tab to here. Home, we know, right? We have seen. So workspaces, which is very important thing, guys, where workspace is basically nothing but you can say a different sandbox environment where you can keep your different API requests or your APIs, right? While you're developing it, testing it, whenever it. For example, whenever I'm working with testing or academy project, for example, I'm teaching you guys, right? I keep most of my collections here in this. This is for certain company. This is for just testing purpose, right? So these are different workspaces, and if you load them, you will see a different collections, different API environments, different work servers, all the things, right? These are totally different. If you see right now, if you go to the testing academy, you will see that I have like automated Jira, other flows, and all the things. Okay, so that makes sense, right? So that's what they have done. Now, if you see, they have added reports. Basically, if you click on it, it will basically log into your official ID of the Postman, where you will be for example, whenever you create a new account in Postman, they will give you a unique ID, which is very something like this. And now you can create your basically, if you have any kind of a enterprise plan or a higher plan, you can create your reports, like how many you can track all your team's APIs, right? You can measure the performance, or you can fail test cases, you can see the average response. So it's a kind of a paid feature right now they have included. Right, so quickly let's jump to the Explore, which is very important. Explore is something which I thought which is missing from Postman like long back, which basically means that you have different APIs available. For example, Twitter API is available, Facebook API, Twilio, Strapi, and like Microsoft Graph APIs are different APIs are available, right? So why not you can directly import them into the Postman rather than going to that API, making individual requests and creating a collection. So right now they have offered it. You can directly import them. For example, if you have, let me see. Right, yeah. So if you clicked on it, if you will see that it's basically added as, it's right now not added, I think. It's just showing me that you can see all the APIs in the collection they have pre-made for you, right? And that's which is very helpful, I think. So you can explore the API which are required for you can, for example, you are testing a Twilio app, right? It's a SMS or something like this application. You can directly click on it. You can basically see the different APIs, like getting started there, find one, buy phone number, sending SMS, and list all. So you can directly see them, like what is authorization, headers, what is the body that they're adding, and what are the different tests they have added. Okay, so they have added a PM visualizer, which I think it's an advanced feature, which is very important. All right. Universal search, which basically here you will see search option. If you have something, for example, API you want to search, you can see in different, you can see search in workspaces, different, all the workspaces collections, which is important. And for example, RO search, right now I can directly jump into it. And this is one of the things that you can jump directly, right? Unified interface, web and native. Now, so this is one of the important thing. Let me move back to my testing one. And if you see right now, Postman application also now is also available as a web application directly, where you can see the universal interface. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So if you go here, Universal search, they have discussed about it. So right now you see they have pan, they have introduced pan, they have introduced sidebars, context bars, right, which are somewhat important, right, I think. And let me check, give me 1 second. All right. So if you open your ID, for example, this is my ID and postman.co/workspace, and this is the testing academy that workspace that I've opened. Now you will see that the similar, right. So if you see right now, what whenever we are talking about this unified interface, native versus web is basically means, uh, you can see that I can very much similar UI is available in the web also right now. So very similar kind of a view is also available in the native app. So they have basically unified it and make it very, very similar to the web application as well as the native application that right now you are using. Okay. So that's what the important feature. You can see the panels and context bar, which are of course important. So right now, whenever we do, if you want to see the documentation directly, if you want to see the comments, you can comment it out. You can see the code, for example, export as code, right? There was a button here. Right now they have added in a context sidebar. Now you can also export it here. So very small changes, I would say, but that UI right now they have changed it very. I would say it looks very good in this case. So quickly, I'm going to show you one thing, which is basically how you can create your new collection. So again, it's a very similar. You can create your new collection, for example, request rs.in that generally we create. You can add prescript, test, and variables. Everything is similar. Nothing major changes. I think the major changes are only through UIs, not through the functionality. They are still similar. If you want to add, you can directly add the request. For example, let's do one thing. Let's quickly add a get request, right? Let me go through. Okay, so this is the get request. You can open it right now, right? And let's make that get request. Okay, so headers are automatically added, and this is the request. You can save it. Again, say send and download. Okay, I don't want to download. Where it is save. Okay, save is now here. So these are very small things that they have done. So you can save as. Of course, I want to save as. I want to save here. This is my get request, right? And now similar thing, right? So similarly, you can do it for post, right? So let's do it for post. You require this URL. So require now let's do. Oh, okay. So this button is only creating for the collections. So they have added here. Yeah, now let's do add request. Okay, this is my URL. This is PLB a post request, and I want to make this is the body. Okay, and I want to send raw. Let's make it a JSON. Let's quickly send. Everything worked great. Save as. Save as to request.in. Post request. Post. Okay. Cool. Makes sense, no? It's very similar. And so major features are universal navigation, workspaces. They have added reports, explore, which is important. Universal search, where you can search for any API that you have worked in the workspace. Okay. All right. I have showed you demo also. So thanks a lot, guys. I hope you have learned something new in the what is exactly in the new Postman 8, and you can go to the release notes and you can read more about it. So right now they have added 8.2.2, which is mostly bug fixes and couple of improvements, minor improvements. So no need to worry.
somebody has changed the password of this user. Can any one of you give me a user where login is working? Any user will work for the demo purpose. Anyone? No? Okay, let me create a user then. Okay, A5. Thank you, Srini. Okay. So let's say this is our login user and I do something like this and I get results, right? But let's say on a functional testing level or a manual testing level, you need to test it for, let's say, 1,000 user or 1,000 combination, right? So our test case could be correct username, correct password, correct username, incorrect password, incorrect username, correct password, incorrect email, incorrect password. And similarly, we need to test it like various combination with capital letters, with small letters, password with less character, more character, special character. Okay, so there could be a number of test cases within this particular username and password field. How do we test this? Do we test it manually? Do we test like fuzzy testing kind of thing where we provide lot of data and test it like a brute force attack or something? Do we test it manually? That will take a lot of time. So this is where data driven testing will help us. So we provide all this data in the CSV file and then we replace it here, the variables of column name here, and then it will take it that variable and run those tests on those data. Now how do we get the data? So in test cases there is a problem. I'll show you the problem. Let's first create a CSV. So for that we need a CSV. So this is one test which is working. Damodar, why are you keep entering and leaving? This is one test which is keep working. Now let's create a CSV file. So let's create a CSV file with say email, comma, password. Okay. And let's try to add our test cases. So correct one is this, comma. Now with this I create multiple combination. Okay. Let's say with A5, A51 incorrect. So here correct username, correct password, correct username and correct password with capital A, then wrong email, correct password, then correct email, wrong password, and wrong email, wrong password. Okay, so let's save it. And I say all file and save it as data.csv. Okay. So now what I will do, because here you can see I added two variables, email and pass. So I will replace this particular thing with email and pass using variable tag. So this is my variable tag. Similarly, the pass is pass. This is again my variable tag. So I replace this with CSV data variable name. So I added two variable name in CSV data, right? Email and pass. So I replaced it here. So let's save everything. Save everything. Okay. And I think we are ready for the test. So now to run the test, we need a collection runner. So you can click on runner. Okay. And now, since we don't need any, so first of all, let's look for our data-driven collection. Here, I have not specified any environment yet. We will do that later on. Iteration, I leave it one. Delay, I leave it as it is. Now here, we need to select the file. So if I select this, there is a preview option. So this using this and there is an option to select, like if you are providing a JSON file, you can select this. If you're providing CSV file, you can select this, and then you can click this to see if everything is correct, like data is correctly displayed. So you can see in iteration 1 this data will be taken, in iteration 2 this data will be taken, and so on. Okay, so by using this preview data option, you can verify that your file has correct data. Everyone is with me till now? Before we go to the next step, type 4 if you are with me. Cool. So now we just have to run it. So I have selected this particular API. You can see here, if you have multiple options or multiple APIs, you can select or deselect. Like I want to test data driven on particular test only, right? I don't want to test data driven on, let's say, get APIs. That is not needed. So here you can select only post APIs. Select all and deselect all options are also there. So, so this is basically the console viewer to filtering out the API where data-driven tests are needed. Now, once that is done, you just have to click on this, run data-driven test. Okay. So when I run this, okay. So I did not edit any tests, so that's why you can see 0, 0. But let's see this. So the first test was correct username, correct password. It passed. Second test was capital email and but correct email, correct password with capital email. So if you remember, I told on WhatsApp also there is an issue going on in backend API where if you have a capital email in backend API test, it will not work. So that's why you see this 422 entity error. The third, fourth, fifth are basically wrong details, right? That's why everything failed. So this is the results looks like, and this is how you can do data-driven testing. Type 5 guys, if you can see the same results in your collection runner console. Anyone, any issue, any question? If you have any questions right now, you can ask it, because going forward it will become more complex.
Hello, Chandan.
Yes, can you
Uh,
type on
yeah,
chat?
yes.
Let me unmute you, everyone. No, CSV only. So Excel, you can use Excel, but as a CSV file. The extension should be CSV only. It will not work for XLS or XLX format. Okay, you can use. So if I do something like WP sheets, I can create a CSV file also. Sorry, Excel file, but the extension should be CSV. Okay, so obviously when you work with the large data set, you will not be at will not be able to add everything in Notepad, right? So there, what you can do, you can open any Excel editor or sheet editor, create a blank sheet. Okay. Here you can say email pass. Okay, 1 1 1 1 2 2 2 2, and then finally you can save this as a CSV extension. Obviously, when you work on large data set, you use this kind of thing. So here you have to select the CSV extension. This one, and you can say save, and now you can use this file also. Okay, so this is kind of an Excel file, but the format should be always CSV. I hope it is pretty clear. Or JSON. In JSON, what you have, you provide data in JSON format. Okay. Now I think if everything is ready, everyone is ready with this test. Like, the problem with this is basically, how do we write test in this? So when we write test in this console, so when we go here, we say, let's say we add a test PM. Okay. By the way, if you are not familiar, this script console is actually also having autocomplete feature. So when you say PM, it will actually give you what you write. So I want to write PM dot expect. Okay. And when I say something like this, it will tell me what to expect, value, message, something. So in string, I want to expect my PM dot response dot code, like status code. I want to expect this to be equal to, let's say, 200. Okay, this is one of my tests. Now to consider this as test, I need to add it in a test format. So I would say PM dot test. Now when I do that and open the bracket, it tells me what to do. So I need to have a string message of test name and then a function, JavaScript function. So well, I will say verify status code, comma, let's say function. Okay, and then I need to close out, open and close curly braces. Under that, I will add the function. Now here I would add all my test cases. So this is my test case. Okay, so this is my assertion. I want to verify my status code should be equal to 200. Okay. Okay, I'll check. Give me some time, Srini. Let me finish this demo. Okay, so if I test it as a single test, okay. So so right now we are not using any CSV file in single test, it will fail. So when I do that, okay, wait. When I do that, so test passed, right? Verify status code passed. But the problem with data-driven test is, if you can see this status code is different every time, right? It is for correct, so it will work for this test code will work for this, but it will not work for this, or it could be different also, right? Sometime you can get 404, sometime you can get 405, and so basically if you do negative testing, the code should be different every time. How do you verify this with data driven testing? So any input, guys? How can we do that? No. Not parameter, within this text itself. Yeah. So so you can use variables, and you can use variables in code also. So so what we will do, we will add one more parameter. Let's say expected status code, and let's say for verifying one more thing, let's say when we get the response, we would verify this message also. There is a message in this response, whether the sign in is successfully or not. Again, this will change. If it is wrong, let's say if I give something wrong, that message changes, right? So this message become this one. So how do you verify this kind of thing where the message or response data and status code is different based on different test case? So this is where what we can do, we can reuse our data driven test but with extra value. So here within our Excel file or CSV file, we can add two more fields, let's say expected message and expected status code and expected response message. So but we get the actual output from the code or from the test, but we match it with expected output with this particular Excel file or CSV file. So now what we can do here, we can say expected code in terms of correct should be 200, right? And expected message would be, so in case of correct, the expected message is this. Make sure you copy correctly. There should be no spaces or anything. Carefully. Okay. Similarly, the other API becomes 422, 422, 422, 422, and this message becomes. So when I do something wrong, you can get the message. This message becomes this one. Right. So what we are doing, we are not dependent on test now. We are actually verifying our expected output from here. So now based on iteration, so for iteration 1, this will be checked. Iteration 2, this will be checked, and so on. Now we wrote this code here, or we parameterize in CSV, but we need to make sure that we verify based on parameter here also. So let's say one of other test is verify response message, right? And then in here I would say pm.response.json, because I need to fetch out the message JSON path, right? So I will say JSON and dot message, because this is direct, right? There is no child here. So dot message, if you want, you can take it to the JSON path extractor again and click this. So this is direct. Okay. So here I need to verify that the message in this thing is basically this, right? So these are my two tests. When I run is right now it will fail because correct email is not there, but now it should work. Okay. sign in failure rate. It should have the value like this. So my tests are working, okay, for single test right now. But the point here is we are doing it with the hard-coded value, or let's say when we use environment or global value, you'll be using these values, property values. But what happens when we have multiple values for the same test? This is where we need to use slightly different approach. So now this is what happens when you write a single test, right? Now, everyone with me? So I will do changes later if you are not with me also. So I wanted to show you what will happen when you run single test versus when you run data driven test. So now again, I would change that to my email. And here I would change that to my password. So once that is done, so I need to do some changes here also. So for that, let's say I have to create some variables. So first, let's say I create a JSON data variable which have all the data or which has a JSON. So for that, I would use this one. Or I can say where I need three things, right? I need response code, I need message, and what else? Response message. Yeah, I need two things. So I would say actual status code. Similarly, I would say actual response message. And here I would replace this one. And here I would replace this one. Okay. So this thing I would replace to a actual message, actual status code. This thing I would replace with actual status response message. Now I need to replace these two things. How can we replace that? Okay. So you can do that using, so if you need to get anything from Excel file or CSV file, so let's say I need to get status code. So you can do that PM using same variable kind of technique for collection variables and other, but this time you have iteration data. Okay, iteration data. So when you do that dot, so it has certain method set, unset, get. So we will use iteration data, PM dot iteration data dot get. Okay, if I do get, you would see it needs a key. That's it. So I need to give the key. So key here is basically this one. These are all keys. Okay, if you're on JSON, the field name is key. So I need to extract this. So how can I do that? I will just copy this and come here, and that's it. You can extract the value, right? So rather than saving in variable, I can directly copy it and use it in this. So I can say this should be equal to this one. And similarly, I would say message for message, this should be equal to the expected message. I'm trying to copy paste because then there would be no issue of typing errors. Okay. So now what I did, I modify my test to extract the data from the Excel file and then verify with the runtime output. And then now it would work with every kind. So we don't need to check now for each test. It will take the data using parameters present in Excel and then it will get the data in iteration data, and for each status code it will verify. In iteration 1 it will verify for 200, in iteration 2 it will verify for 422, and so on. Is it clear, guys? Are you with me? Why in red? What is in red? This one? How used to be like earlier? This signify if I make some mistake, this signify. So if I use, let's say, some variables username, right, which is present in my username. So this is basically coming from. So how that is look like? Like it used to be saved for me every time. It does look like different for you. Okay, it does not matter actually. If I think maybe I'm on like latest version or something. What else? Will single quote and double quotes both string? Yeah, both will work. But in JavaScript, we try to use single actual test, data-driven test. It worked, right? So it was not an error, and it will work later on also. This just signifies that this is particular values from variable. Okay, and so if I do something like this, this signifies this is a hard-coded value, like which comes in blue, right? And if I use variables, then it comes as red because it signifies that this is a variable. In our case, it is email. Okay, email is not coming because that is part of data driven. It comes from all the variables, collection, environment, globals. But since it is from data driven, it is not coming. But otherwise, if you want to see, these one will come. So if I say password, it will actually capture the password. See, current environment file. Okay, anyway, let's save it, and I will give you this script also. So if you are writing it live, you can use this script. Okay, so it will not work for single test, right? As I said, we have completely changed it. Iteration data driven test. So it will not work for single test, but when you are doing data driven testing, you select particular test to be a data driven test kind of thing. That is why I showed you the collection runner where you can select and deselect some particular APIs for the data driven test. So you write those tests as a data driven test, and then you start it. So let's start now. Let's save this file. If you need this file, you can also take it. So this is the file. I have saved the file. Let's see if we face any issue. We'll try to fix it. And let's try to run the collection runner now. So click on collection runner. Search for our particular data driven test. Okay. So now I have to select my file. So I will select my file. Make sure data is correct. Now I can see expected status code, expected response message. So data is correct. Okay. Now I will run this. So before I run this, raise hand. What? Yes, Damodar. You can see my screen, right? Type 1 if you can see my screen. Let me see if chat is also visible. Yeah. So now it's working. So as I said, we need to see if npm, so Node.js is configured correctly. That can be seen then by running npm command. Now the first thing we need to install Newman package. So for that we would say npm install, okay, npm -g for install it globally. npm install -g Newman, and when you hit enter, if you don't have it, it will install it. If you have it, it will look for update and give you the message. It will take certain time, like within 30 seconds you will get the results. No, automatically when you install Node.js as from the installer, it will be set automatically. And if it is not set automatically, then you can set the path. Most probably it will be set automatically. So you can check it by running npm command. So in the meantime, this is being installed. I think there is a latest version, that's why it is being reinstalled. If you see the npm result, you can add the path. So path is generally when you go to the environment variables, advanced environment variables, and I think I look for Node.js path. This would be the Node.js path. Okay, most probably it will be installed in your program files. You can provide the path here. Automatically it will be added. Like I think 90% of the time it is automatically added. But in case your system is messed up, you can add it manually. Okay, and then check by running the npm command. Okay. So when you run this, you would see all the option available for the run command. And I go one by one. Let me. I may not show the demo of everything, but the thing which we are doing using GUI, I can show you how can we do it. So this is -e. This is where using -e you supply the path of the environment file which we exported, right? Similarly, if you have a global file, then you can use -g and provide the path of the global file. Reporters, later on we will see the reporters demo, like HTML extra reporter, command line reporter, JUnit reporter. All these reporters can be added using -r flag, -r tag. Iteration count. So in the GUI mode, we were doing that in data driven testing. We were giving the iteration count on collection runner GUI, right? This is where you can use -n to run the iteration count. -d iteration data. This is where you provide your data file path. Okay, so to run the test using data driven test using CSV. Okay, if you are using folder, you can provide folder path. Global variable. So there are two ways to give the values. Either you can have it everything in environment file. If you don't want to have the environment file, you can say global. So in our case, we have a base URL in environment file, right? So what you can say minus minus environment variable and then base URL is equal to API staging dot engineer AI dot engineer dot AI. So what is we are doing? We are not using environment file. We are giving the file, sorry, data or dynamic data using command line. So these two options are for those. If you want to export environment, you can do it. So all the things which we were doing from the GUI is actually possible using Newman also. Similarly, if you want to export collection, you can do it. If you so Postman also has API key. If you are using API key to extract and test, let's say you are testing some, you want to get all the environment present in your workspace. So you can get that using a Postman API key and Postman API. So if you are using that kind of thing, you can use this particular thing to provide the API key and then get, let's say, environment Postman dot environments in your workspace. Bail is basically to stop a collection when you encounter an error. Let's say you want to check on your first API that if the environment is up and running, only then run all other tests. Otherwise, if the first test is failing or the first API is failing, which is to check environment, uh, then you can use this bail parameter. If there is any failure, just stop the execution. Ignore redirects, simple enough. Silent without any logging. Disable Unicode. So basically, all the characters are displayed in Unicode. You would see a table kind of results at the end of the collection run. So, but if you use same kind of command in Jenkins, you will face issues because Jenkins does not disable Unicode by default. So this is where you can use disable Unicode. Color, if you want color output. Delay request, similarly to collection runner, you can provide delay request here. Timeout, let's say I want my collection to run within maximum of, say, let's say 1 minute. If it takes more than 1 minute, time it out. So here you can provide that particular value. Timeout request, if any request takes more than, let's say, 5 seconds, you want to timeout, then you can use this one. Timeout script, if any script validation is taking more than, let's say, 100 milliseconds, you can timeout script also. So these are all options available. So the important ones are, again, I will say these top ones. Let's do and test one by one. Okay. So the first command is Newman run command. So there are two options to run collection. One by collection file, and the second is collection URL. So let's run this. npm, sorry, not npm, Newman run. Let's run using collection file first. So my collection file is somewhere. So you can also give the path. Make sure you give the path to the collection file, which is this one. Okay. So when I run this now, it would fail because it does not know the value of base URL. If you see, base URL is not found because we did not supply the environment, right? So now I would run the same command. I hope everyone has run this. Can you type 2 guys if you have run this and see the same error? Because in command line everything happens so quickly. That's why I want to confirm after every command that you are with me. Okay, let me have a chat view also in here so that I can see everything in one screen. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we were missing a environment file, right? So environment file path can be given -e and then the file path. So if I do, so I will extract the environment file path now, which is this one. Okay, and then I run this. So now everything works like GUI mode, right? You can see the result. Let me take it here, right? Type 3 guys, if you can see the same results like GUI. Okay, you would say why my assertion failed, right? Because so if you see, it is saying assertion failed, right? Sign in failure, sign in 2422. Why it is failing? Because we did not supply the data file, right? If we do not supply the data file, what is happening? It actually looks for one particular set, but we actually in parameters, if you remember JSON body, we gave the parameter value from the data file. That's why it failed. So the next thing is to provide the data path also, data file path also. So again, you can use arrow commands. Up arrow will show you the old commands like this. Okay, down arrow will show you the new commands like this. So what I have to extract now, give the path to the data file -d data file path. Again, I will go, or I can let's go there. Where is my data file? This is my data file. So now you can give the data file path. Okay. So we gave the collection file path, we gave the environment file path. Now we are giving the data file path. And now when I run this, now it would match. Everything is matching with the collection runner GUI, right? Because we now gave everything which was needed for this particular collection to run successfully. Type 4 guys, if you can see the same results. Okay, this is the command. Oh, let me unzoom guys. It is very difficult to work in a Zoom. Commands are pretty simple actually. Newman run, collection file path, then -e, environment file path, then -d, data file path. But you need to change your file path based on your file path. Okay, my file path would be different. Once you can all see the same results which I see here, let me know. Type 6 guys if you're ready for next step. Okay, cool. So next step is pretty easy. I will show how they can test it using collection URL. So this time we selected collection file, right? So, but I also have the collection URL. So I would see the same result if I use collection URL. Okay, but I would replace this instead of collection file. I would use here I would replace this particular collection file to the collection URL. Okay, now I can zoom and show you. So now my command looks like this: Newman run collection URL. The other things are same: -e path of environment file, -d path of data file. So if I run this, again you would see the same results, right? So that is how you can run using collection URL. Let me give you the command. My niece is crying in background, so sorry for that. It has to be local system, or if you're working on server, then server. There is a way to get it as a URL using Postman API. So if you see your Postman collection, okay, on web, so if I log in Postman web, no. Actually, running through URL will take time, but the first time when you run, whether URL or Postman, it takes time. The going forward, it would be faster. Local system is faster compared to URL. URL actually depends upon network speed, right? And collection URL is your local system, so that would be faster. So now using Postman API, again you have to create your API, and once you have that, you can see your all the, so here you can create an API and then you can use your API. Here you can see your environment. So now using this environment you can actually provide the path of environment also. Okay, but I'll say that companies does not allow external URLs to use. That's why always maintain your repository internally or in Git, and then fetch the values, fetch all these file locally. Okay, but if you want to, you can actually do it using API. Okay, create your API, then fetch the API environment using get environments command, and then you will get an URL, then provide that URL. It's a long process, but if you really want to do it, you can do it. Okay, so if you are ready for the next command, which is, so right now we can see the result, but we don't have any reports, right? So there are number of reports available in Newman. Again, Newman provides that in terms of packages. One of them is CLI, which you see here. The second one is JUnit, which we'll be covering in Jenkins, because in Jenkins you create a JUnit report and then you view it as a trend or history kind of thing, so that you can see later on what were my results in the previous builds. And the third one is HTML reporter, which is a basic reporter, does not have good UI. But the final one is HTML extra, which is used in every company. That gives you everything, like it gives you iteration kind to account wise, distribution, it gives you response request information, it gives you information about failures, script test cases, and so on. So we'll see the demo of reporter now. Type 8 guys if you're ready for the Newman demo. Sorry, Newman HTML extra demo. Okay. Break. Let's take it break after this final HTML demo. We'll cover Jenkins and other things later on. Okay, this is the final thing in Newman, getting the reports. Okay, guys. So again, so we need to install the HTML extra package to run our reporter, right? So HTML extra reporter, you can install npm, again npm install -g, and then the command Newman reporter HTML extra. Okay, once you do that, it would be installed. Who said about break? Saurabh. I actually uninstalled everything so that you guys see the real time thing. Quickly. Everyone, is this completed for anyone? Type 9 if you have it is completed for anyone. No. That's why I like self-hosted demo. I could just skip out all this part. Okay. So so it is added. Okay. I hope it is added for everyone. Anyone? It's added now. No. Taking too much time. Okay. In the meantime, it is added. Just open the previous command. Cool. Open the previous command, which was this, like previous run command. Now we need to add one more tag here, -r for reporter, right? So -r for the reporter. What reporter we want to add? We want to add HTML extra. Okay. HTML extra. Now we want to also export this particular result in somewhere so that we can view it easily. So for that, we would say -- reporter HTML extra HTML extra export. You want to export this, okay? And I would use the same file path. It's just that now I will create a new file. I'll show in the maximize view also. And I would give the file path of reporter. Let's say I would say report.html. So this would be my final command. Okay. So what I have done basically, human run collection minus e environment minus d data minus our HTML extra reporter minus reporter HTML extra export to this folder. Okay. Type 9 guys if you're ready for seeing the report. Anyone for whom it is not completed? Only 5 people saying 9. Not find HTML extra. Did you use the correct command? Run this command. You are using dash between HTML and extra, that's why. Anyone, any other issue? Okay, so let's see when I run this. When I run this command now, you would not see the console output. Eh? What is this? Okay guys, I think I used, let me verify whether HTML extra is correctly installed. Yeah, I think the command is correct. Newman reporter HTML extra. Newman reporter HTML extra. Yes, I think command is correct. Let me run this command as an admin. Okay. Is it the same error for everyone or for somebody it worked also? Okay, so if I do the save test, if I run an admin, let's see if I get the same result. Not this. I think HTML extra is fine. Where is my command? This is my command. What is happening, guys? This is why it is saying could not find. Oh. Mhm. Yeah. I think I. So HTML extra. Oh, I gave the wrong reporter here. I think that is why Nilana was also facing the issue. Slight change in the command, guys. Yeah, I think Vinay gave the correct command. So if I see the report now, I would see this one. Okay, so that is how you can view the report. Same results, right? 5 iteration, 10 assertion. You can see request, you can see failed test. If there are any iteration wide result, you can also see, right? Request response, you can see the logging purpose, report purpose, everything is there in this file. You can see the dark mode also if you want to. So this is about reporting part. Okay, make sure you don't make mistake of dash. Okay, any questions on this now? Newman is finished. Just in case you want, see here it did not see the result in CLI, right? Just in case you want the CLI also, so you can mention that in minus R part. So you can say CLI comma minus HTML extra.
All right. Awesome. So the topic that we are going to learn today is the JSON schema, and why it is important. First, it is one of the important concepts while we are learning API testing. JSON schema will basically allow you to add more restriction to your test cases. So you have seen that we can add some black box testing techniques, right? Different like boundary values, equivalence partition, maximum, minimum, and check out different things, right? But here is a JSON schema. So basically, the library that we are using for comparing to JSON schema, you can use tiny validator, which is automatically added here. If you see in the test tab, you will see the last one, right? So basically, what's happening when you click on this, it will automatically generate a code, right? So what is exactly this code? Let me show you. Let's make some space and let's click here. Right, so basically what will happen, you will have a schema which is your expected schema that you will be checking it. So why it is pretty much similar to the if you have worked with the DB schemas, right? So we have a structure of your JSON, so we already know what is expected. We already know what should be the JSON that will come in a response. So that's what we are actually verifying, and this will make your API testing more robust. And people in the interview also gonna ask you about how to do JSON schema, what is required, how do you write your JSON schema, and what are tools that you use, right? So that way. So let's take a simple example for this one, right? We don't know the schema as of now, so we'll basically write it out empty, and let's remove this thing we don't require. Let's make it only one, right? So right now, if you see, Postman automatically use tv4 validate, which is tiny validator 4 version, draft version 4, and we require, this is expected, and this is the actual data that you are getting. So actual data will come from where actual data will come. It will come from the, it required basically is JSON file, right? So we can have it from JSON. So whatever the JSON that you are getting from the response, you can directly add it, right? So right now, if you see, let me run this and let me show you. Schema is valid, right? So right now what we are doing, let me show you in a simple way what's happening here. So let's open up this tool. Where is this empty one? Okay. Yeah, let's open a new tab. Yeah. And remove this. Right. So this is the expected response that we want, right? Now, if you see, you can write your schema here. So basically you can write your schema here.
and validate it. So right now, if you see our schemas are not valid, red error we are getting, right? So the first check suppose we have is object. So this is an empty object. If you do that, it is passing. So it is saying that JSON validates again the schema. Why? Because this is a valid schema. Why? Because if you see, this is an object, right? This object contain key value pairs, but starting from it, this is an object, right? So this is a valid schema. That's why in the test also our test case is passing. Schema is valid, right? So now what you need to do is that you can use one of the keyword, right? So suppose I want to check the type of this object. Suppose I do string. So it will fail. It will say that string is not object, because this is, I told you, right, this is a simple object. This is not a string. Actually, this is a string, right? So that's why you need a object here, right? So that's how you can create your own schemas. And furthermore, you can add more thing, like suppose I'll just add you one more keyword, which is required, right? So and this will be an array, right? And in this array, so suppose I'll tell you that, okay, first name is required, right? So suppose first the key is coming as first name 1. Your test case will fail because it will saying that, okay, in the object I'm first name is required, but in the response first name is not visible, right? So another test case that you can add. So it now the number of keyword that you are going to use here, it means the more keyword that you are using, the more robust your test case will become, right? So I will just hard coding that, okay, I want all of these fields. These are most important one. These are required fields. They should come, right? So let's make it like this, right? So suppose these are the 4 properties which are important. If anyone other is missing, so suppose address is missing, right? Still our JSON schema pass, right? Because that is an optional one. So to make it required, we can use a require keyword. We can check the type of our parent. So our parent schema has a type of object. So are you able to hear me? And this is clear, guys? Type 1 in the comment till now. And don't worry, you can create the schema with the one of the tool. So this is just to give you an idea how you can create your own schemas, right? This is just to give you an idea from basics what exactly is happening, because in an interview people will ask you how we can make our schema optional and required. So you can use this keyword which is called as required, and in the array you can mention that which are required and which are not required. If it is not in this list, it will become an optional key, right? And you can check the type of an object also, right? So similarly, I have prepared couple of more demo. So this is one of the simple demo that I have prepared. Suppose we have key value, right? So we have added a few more details. So meta information that you can add, that you can check the schema from here. Type is an object, required key, so key is required. Furthermore, we can check what is the type of this value. So this is string actually, right? So in JSON we have string, number, array, object, right? These are the type of you can say type of the data types for JSON, right? So you can check it out. So now, so let me copy this thing and let me show you. So suppose I want to check age should be integer, right? So what I can do is that I can basically copy paste here, and in the key I can write age, right? So if you see string is not integer, right? Because this is integer, so that's why it is failing. So we can type it is integer. Now it will pass, right? So that way, what you can do is that you can make your test cases more robust. You are basically checking the structure of your APIs. You are checking the data types of your APIs. You can also check if it is an array. You can check for maximum items, minimum items required, right? And another important thing that you can add is the additional property. Let me copy paste the spelling because last time I missed that. Yeah, right. So suppose another keyword I am using is additional property is equal to true. It basically means that suppose you have a response this. Now for some person we have address to field also. So for example, we can have address to, right? And this is the address to, right? And now if you see our JSON schema is passing because we are allowing any kind of additional properties. So this is the additional property, right? Address to. Now suppose I make it false in that case. Now it is failing. Yeah, so it is already telling you that that schema doesn't allow any additional property. So if you want to hard make sure that no additional property will come, because that will basically screw up the UI eventually, right? If any kind of a UI layer who is using any kind of a JavaScript CSS code which is using it or parsing it, it will fail because of one of the important one of the extra field is coming. So that way you can check here also, right? Able to get it clearly, guys? Type yes in the comment if you are able to understand this basic schema. Yes. Okay. So again, let me reiterate. So schema is nothing but to validate your data types as well as your maximum, minimum, and your properties data type, right? So you can also add additional properties, check for your required fields and optional fields, optional key value pairs, as well as there are a couple of more keywords that you can basically learn here. If you see, we have items for, this is just for the array example, right? So now let me show you how you can directly create the schema. So you don't have to type like I have done it. You can use this tool, which is jsonschema.net directly, and you can select the draft for. In the here you can add more meta information. This is just a meta information, but I want type check, I want additional property check, additional item check, right? And you can also add unique items in case of an array, if you have arrays, multiple arrays, but I have not checked it. You can use allow anything. So there are like 3 types of validation that I can explain you in a bit, and after that you'll just state and click submit, right? And this will basically give you a schema here, and that we can basically use to verify here. So rather than using this simple way, we are just using this one, right? And if you see, our schema is failing. So now suppose what happens, so we have additional property true, right? Suppose there's a thing where first name is not coming, it is coming as 1, so our test case will fail, right? And suppose this is not string actually, and first name is coming at some number, random number, it will fail, right? So that's way you can check by using the JSON schema. So that's why people prefer to use it JSON schema. Here in this, basically we have told that it's a draft 7 type of a schema. So we have certain type of a draft. As the number of draft increases, we have keyword increase. So keyword will keep on increasing, like required, more number of keywords will be added, and that will add more constraint to your schema. Type is object, required field, all the fields are required. Properties, we have added name should be a string, right? And we have given some IDs similar to this. Basically this ID you can use it for further, if you have nested schema, that you can definitely do that. Additional property that we have used here, right? So how we can use it, it's very simple. We can add here. So basically just create a schema variable and put it here, right? If you are comfortable in using tv4 validator, that is fine. You can also use what we call it, agv, which is called as another give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, another JSON schema. So you can use pm.response. So JSON Postman basically support 2 type of a JSON schema. First one is the tv4 validator, which is draft 4 tiny validator. I'll show you the websites. So you can have two dot have, right? So you can have JSON schema. This is AGV, and here you can give the schema, right? So it will automatically, you don't have to give the response JSON. It will automatically get the JSON from here, and it will validate, right? So let's run it again and see if it is a valid schema, right? It's a valid schema here. Now suppose let's change it to integer and see if it is failing. Yes, it is failing, right? So now this is how you can basically write your JSON schema validation, right? So there are 2 validators. The first one is where I have discussed, which is tiny validator, right? You can go to the tv4 validator, right? This is the validator that it basically require data and schema. And there is one which is AGV. I prefer to use AGV, which is another, this is one of the fastest and easy one, which is called as another JSON schema, right? Let me give you this website. And this, both of these are supported by Postman, so you can use either of it in the test tab. So you are basically creating in a test tab. Make sense, guys? Type yes in the comment if you are able to understand. For whatever the APIs that you are working on, make sure you add JSON schema, and that will basically add more robust layer to your API test cases. You can add more related to it, and let me know if you have any kind of a question. Whenever we are doing more session, I'm going to explain you how you can do it for nested ones, how you can do it for arrays and all. So initially assignment will be just make sure whatever the API that you're working on, make sure you create a JSON schema and check out if it is failing for the cases that you are given, right? Cool. So the difference I have already told you, right? Whenever the draft version are keep on increasing, they just modify the basically they will add more keywords. They sometimes they change the implementation of the keyword. For example, right now type is string. Type is basically used to check the data type, right? Probably in some other way they can basically replace it with data type, something like this. So as the draft version increase, we have more number of keywords. Keywords are basically that I have told you, right? These are keywords like maximum length, properties, required, items. You can also check for patterns. For example, suppose the response that you are getting here, right? This is a phone number, right? You can also add a phone number regex to check it out. It should pass in a regex. And I can show you one of the example where you can add patterns in it. So basically here, this is the phone number, right? You can add a pattern also, right? And add your basically add your regex here. You can create your regex, just add a comma here. So this will basically verify that if your phone number is validated against this regex or not. If it is not, it will fail the test again. So again, as I told you, the more number of keyword that you will add, can you also check the data itself instead of a type? If you are checking the data, so it basically means it is a similar way that we have done it in the pm.test, right? We have checked the data in the pm.test, right? Normal test cases when we write JSON, when we parse the JSON and key value pairs, we check the data, right? But what about the data types? What about the regex? What about the maximum property? What about the keys missing? What about the required fields? What about the optional? All these test cases that you are missing will be added by this JSON schema validation. Make sense? So this is one of the thing people call themselves that API tester, but they are missing this one of the important concept, which is JSON schema, and you should know it. So this is one of the easiest example that I have given you. The more nested JSON you have, you will see that there are like couple of more keywords will increase, like properties and items, right? So let's see one of the complex one. For example, we have this. We have failed to parse the authentication token. Okay, so let me check if my Jira API is working. Suppose this is the response. So let's move on to our tool. Where that tool? Yeah. So suppose this is the tool. This is our JSON that we want to verify, right? So let's create a JSON schema for it. Okay, so this is not a valid JSON actually. So my point here is so okay, they have some random also, right? Cement. So this is right now, but I don't know why this website is not working. Yeah. So this is their example, which is basically contains all type of a data type. This is a Boolean. This is an object containing maximum width integers, right? We have one more integers. We have some decimals, right? This is an array. Now let's understand this. If you are able to understand this, it basically means everything you are able to understand. So we are basically telling that this is a JSON. This is a draft 7 schema. We have given one ID. So ID generally is given. You can ignore this field also if it is not required. Basically, this is just some meta information. First thing first, we have an object, so that's why we are checking for type. We have added title. This is optional field. Description is optional field. Default values you can also add. What are the default value of this? For example, checked for default value will be false. You can add here also, right? This is required keyword, which basically telling that every key is required. If any key is missing, we'll fail the test. Now start the properties. For each property we are checking, checked has a type of boolean. It has a this ID, and we have description, examples. So you can now example also, for example, the value is false in that case. Similarly, let's take this example. We have object examples. They have basically added the default value of these. We are checking its again width and height. For width and height, we have further properties. They are integers. Their default value is 0. This is how, and it will keep on going. Let's understand one of the array. So this is where people actually afraid to do that. It's simple. We have a key tags. It's a type of an array. Default value, it can be an empty array, the default one. Example will be, we have added 2 keys, and for 2 keys we have added, the keys will be string always. So home green should be string. If any of the number will come, it will fail again. And here they have added default values. Here also you can add minimum. Basically you can add here, I cannot add it here, but you can add minimum and minimum item and maximum item. So minimum item 2 basically means 2 items should be present, and maximum item is basically means up to when this array can be, right? So that we can add more constraint to this structure. Make sense, guys? Type yes in the comment if it makes sense. So I'll give you one assignment related to it. So whatever the engineering API sign in or basically registration, sign in or registration that you have done, what are the response that you are getting? Write a JSON schema validation for it. So that will be your first assignment. Make sense? Type yes in the comment if you are agree with this, able to understand this. You can create by using this tool, or you can type it by your own if you want to do it. Awesome. Okay. All right. Yes, I'll share. This is already shared PPT, Saurabh. So if you see, so I guess it's already shared, right? Yeah. So you can use these tools to do that. You can check out the resources that I have mentioned, right? So this is a small demo of a JSON schema. This is how it works. You can basically make your test cases more robust. Try to use it AGV. It's pretty straightforward, and I prefer it another JSON schema validator rather than using Tiny4 validator, which sometimes fails. And AGV is also fast, so that's fine. Right. All right. Awesome. Cool. Okay. So yeah. So Chandan, do you want to cover the CI/CD last part from now? So we are at CI/CD now.
And Pramod, I was thinking maybe because CI/CD is common for Selenium and other stuff also.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll do it at the later part, see Jenkins and Docker together, and then we'll one by one show how to run Newman, and rest assured how to run Selenium test. Because otherwise we'll keep have to it one by one, right? In each course.
Okay.
Okay.
So
we keep assign based on
right.
the today's session, and then Docker and Jenkins will cover together once we finished out all these automation tools. Okay.
Awesome. So yeah, can you show the last 3 requests, which is apart from registration, signing, the build card basically?
Yeah. Let me give you the live project assignment and details. Okay.
Yeah. So guys, if you have worked already on the 3 requests, next 3 requests are coming, and now the assignment will be for all of you to write test cases as well as JSON schema for all type of these responses. Okay. So make sure you add a robust JSON schema, and we're gonna check out if you have added or not, right? What are the test cases that you have? We can have a discussion also on Facebook or on the next call, right? So over to you, Chandan, for that 3 requests, next 3 requests.
Okay, so I guess you guys have worked on login, registration, and set currency, right? Now let's take the other ones. Again, can you? Okay, wait. Okay, so the one of the important word is the create build card or create project. Okay, so here I would select this, so you can see this. Okay, or maybe later on you can see the recording also, but select everything carefully. So I selected that I have to make a mobile app. Selection is not working. Okay, so I have to make a mobile app. I have to make a mobile app like Uber. Click on get started. I think they changed the UI recently. Oh, completely changed UI. Okay, so click on get started. You can leave it as it is, like with default features. Then click on plan delivery. Then once you click on done, you would see an API hit. Okay, this is build card API hit. This is kind of a creating a build card with default name, but let's customize it to give it our name, like demo 127. Okay, so when you do that, when you save it, you will again hit the API. The API is this. Okay, so this one. Okay, so this was a put, right? So you have two APIs. First is so your assignment completely end-to-end assignment, this time in automation wise. So in every API, common checks are verify status code, verify response time. Okay, so this is common in every API. Then on each API, the first one is registration. You already know that. Here you need to verify that your email is correct. Email address in response is as provided in request. Okay, also verify JSON schema, or I can say this is common in every API. So for status code, you can check for 200. For response time, you can check for less than 10 seconds, let's say. Schema, you can verify using TVF or the other one, which I forgot the name. Shown my promotes, right? So these are your checks. Okay, in registration, you have to verify this. Then on currency, you have to verify that the currency ID is same. Currency ID in response is same as in request. You know, I think how to get auth token from registration, right? That can be used in other APIs. Now, after that, create build card. Here, again, you have to verify the name of build card is my builder project, because by default this is the name given. Then update build card. Name of build card in response is same as request. Okay. Then delete build card. So when you create a build card, the other task you have to do, extract the build card ID and save in, let's say, collection variables. Using, delete the build card using build card ID and verify the response message. Okay. And then, yeah, that's it. I think the final one is view dashboard. Or you can leave it like this is enough. CRUD operation can be covered using this, right? So I will tell you create, update, delete, build card. Okay. So the process is pretty simple. Inspect. Okay. Select mobile app, select template, get started. Leave feature count as it is. Okay. And when you click on done, hold on a second. So go to the network, click on done. Here you can see a build card API. This is your create API. Okay. This is your create API. So I'm giving you the information in this create build card info. Okay, this is your endpoint. Useful header. If you see the request header, there are two useful headers. And hot token, which will be dynamic, okay, based on the extraction. And we also have payload. Payload is quite large here, so try to use it in script itself. So this is your payload, and if you see the response, where is the response? If you see the response, name should come, right? Name is not coming. Okay. So response will have a name. I will tell you the name. This is the right one. Project name, right? So you need to verify this one. Project name is equal to my builder project. And this is your payload. Payload is quite long, so you can copy it once show more is done. Make sure you do not miss anything. Okay, this is your payload. Now update build card info is save as above as create build card. Just that the payload differs. Now payload here, here I would be having a different name. So once you get that, once you extract the build card, you will also get the ID, build card ID. That is also needed. Let me show you using JSON path. So the main fields for you is data dot id. This is your build card id. So I'm doing the information gathering part. You can do the automation later on. Okay. So here I would have one more field, important fields, important response fields. So this is one, and the other one is name. This is the second one. Okay. Now once you got this, you need to hit the API with the ID, right? For the name, the API would be slightly different. When you change the name, let's say demo2 27 step. So now it hit the ID. Okay. The URL is slightly different, build card / build card ID. This is an example. In your case, it would be different during automation. So update info, endpoint, this, headers, same as above, create, same as create build card, important fields, I think the same. ID you don't need it, but you need to verify the, I think, where is the, you need to verify this name. This name should be the name you give in the request. Okay. Payload, everything would be same as create, but let me add it. It's just that the name will change. Okay. See, name changed. Other things are empty, just the name changed. This is your payload. And finally, delete build card. Again, this will have the same endpoint. It's just that this time and headers. But this time method would be instead of post and put. So here the method would be put. Here method would be delete. Okay. So when I delete it, deletion can be done from dashboard. So when I delete the card, so delete happens. This is your endpoint. This is the method type. And you see status is equal to success. This is your message. So delete endpoint is this. Method delete and important fields are status equal to success. Okay, I think this is it. Let me add the method type here also. Okay, and this is it. So what you need to do, you need to, the overall flow is register, extract auth token, set currency, login, then create build card, update build card, delete build card. Okay, this is your overall flow. Now, in every test or in every API, you need to have these three tests as common tests. You need to verify in every API that the status code is coming as 200, verify response time is taking less than 10 seconds, and verify JSON schema, okay, using JSON schema validator libraries. Once that is done, the second one is, so these are all the information which I gathered. So in your registration API, you need to verify the email address given in response. Okay, so email address given in response, given address coming in response is equal to the email address given in request. Okay, so for that you maybe need to save these values using dynamic. So what you can do, I hope we covered the dynamic. Did we cover the dynamic keywords, Pramod? So
Dynamic variables, right?
yeah, faker library is one. Like I can do something like this, random email,
Yeah.
right? So you can provide a random email using this, save it in collection variables or environment variables, and then verify in the test that request email address is equal to the response email address. So this is you have to do in this schema verification. I think common. Let's leave it. Currency in currency API check currency ID same as request isn't given. So you provide currency ID is equal to 1, right? So you need to save that currency ID is equal to 1 and then verify it in the response. Login, verify that the email address is correct. It's coming in request. And then also the message, which we also see today, logged in successfully. Create build card, create it, then verify. So after creating it, they verify the name. It should be equal to the my builder project. Okay, and extract the build card ID in this. These two important fields are there. You need to extract these two fields. Save it for future reference so that you can update and delete build card using this ID. Now, in update build card, you need to use that build card ID right here. You can use in Postman like this. Okay, build card ID. And update the name. Okay, and this name again you have to verify the name request given in the request is equal to the name coming in response. Finally, you need to delete it using again build card ID, right? And verify that the status is coming as success. I hope it is clear. I'll share this assignment with you all in the email. Any questions on this? Yeah, your wish, your wish. You can import as curl. See, the problem with curl is you get lot of extra stuff which is not needed, right? Like lot of extra headers, lot of extra information which is not needed. That's why I don't prefer curl, but you can use it if you want. Okay, is showing some price during build creation. Is it a paid one? Ignore the price one. It has a formula and stuff. I don't want to give you the formula. It changes based on currency. So every day currency changes. So price you cannot verify. You need to use. When I did, I actually hit the currency converter. Then I verified the price. That has some formulas. So ignore the price, etc. things right now, because that is related to the company's project. But yeah, this is what you can do right now, and then we will see if you are doing good. Maybe later on in UI automation we'll verify more cases. Can you explain different request? Ignore the other requests. Like our important requests are build cards, so you can search for build cards like this. Okay, and try to concentrate on those. Other request is basically, so when you open this, let's show you some of the requests. Okay, when I the XHR and refresh it, there would be a lot of images here because we are using template. They are using template based, right? Then there is an experiment promotion API, which is basically to apply promotion. If you see the last page, you have an option to apply promotion promo code. So this is for that. Okay. Configuration, when user logs in for the first time, like currency, currency, price, location, that kind of data you can see. Exchange rate, this is what I'm talking about. This changes every time. Okay, so all these configuration are present in this configuration API. There are some JS related stuff which is for showing something, performing some action using Angular code. User is user related detail, right? Builder sections you can ignore for this. This is basically what can we show to the user. This actually used for experimental thing. All these sections are available. Sometimes we show 6, sometimes we show 8, but for now you can ignore all this. Basically you need to concentrate on two APIs. One is sign in for registration and sign in. The second one is currency, that currency, right? And the third one is build card, update, delete.
Let's talk about depending upon the STPP method, right? So we have param also, so that we are going to use into it. So rest assured, we're going to use rest assured dot given. Given when then we're going to use, right? So given dot param. So in given we can mention param, headers, right? And authentication part. So we have param page is equal to 3. So that's what we are doing. Yes, Rajkumar. Yes, we are doing. So in the when part, we're going to mention which method we are using. So we are using get, and in then part we're going to do basically we are checking it. So it's a validation. So in body page is equal to 3 should exist, and the assertion that we are using here is hamcrus one, hamcrus. So that we're going to discuss in the tomorrow section, right? So let's see in demo. Let me open it demo for you guys, right? And this is the demo that you will see, right? And so I have already written particular code with for you, and I'm going to explain step by step how you can do it. So let's close this one. So this is the simplest example of get request that we are making, right? And I have already told you that so the get request that we are making, it's a public request. It doesn't require any kind of authentication. If you see, that's right. So we are able to access without authentication, right? So get all the repos is supported directly, right? So let's do one thing. Let me show you how you can write this. So this is the function basically that we are writing, right? And this is the structure that we are using for test ng. So make sure you understand this one. Let's do one thing here. Let me create a new file. Let's name it get demo2, right? And right now we are not using any structure. We are just using basic one, right? So let's say rest assured, and make sure you have added all the dependency in the pom.xml. So we have already added rest assured, we have added testng also, and we have added JSON that we are going to use in future. So right now we are using testng and rest assured only. So here you need to mention the what is the base URL, right? So let's say that base URL right now is only this part, right? For making a get request. So we are making a get request to a particular repo. So get request for all this. And rest assured dot base path. So what will be the path in that case? Apart from the main thing, we're gonna add this thing, right? And semicolon. So this is it. Now, so what is the difference between base URL and base path is that base URI is basically constant throughout it, because most of the APIs have the constant API. Base path is where it will basically keep on changing depending upon your STPP method. For example, if you see get all repos, all the repos, we have to include username in that case. Whereas if we do post, we don't have to use username in that case. If we do patch, we have to introduce repo name as well as username as well as repo name. So it keeps on changing. So base path will keep on changing, right? So we'll use given, and we don't have any param. We don't require any authentication as of now in this get, but you can mention using this. So we are going to use when, right? And we're going to mention what is the get request. So URL we have already mentioned above. So we're going to use get. So what I do is that generally I do like this. I just make like this, and then what we're going to do is then, and after that we are just logging everything and all, right? And let's quickly run this. So what we are doing after then, we are just logging everything. Logging everything basically means that we'll log everything into the console, right? So whatever the response that is coming, we are basically logging into it. And here you can see that all the repos are coming, right? Makes sense, right? Yes, right. So similarly, we can do post method also. So post method that we have seen here. So to perform a post method, what we need is that we need a different payload, right? So here, if you see post method, we have a different URL. So the base path will be changed. We need body. So we need to mention the mandatory field like name, description, home page, right? So we need different payload. We call it payload. Uh, Basic authentication, we need to add authentication, right? So we can add auth token, or we can use basic auth, different HTTP method and port, right? So this is the payload that we are going to use, right? We have payload which will basically add like this, right? So what we have done is that we have just copy pasted from here, and after that we just have and like this copy pasted, right? So if you IntelliJ, it will automatically will parse into it. So this is a JSON string. We are not using hash map as of now, right? So we are using a JSON string directly. Now everything is very simple. What you are doing is that we are basically calling given base URL, because base URL changes here. So base URL that we are sending here, so you can also basically change the base URL here, right? So for this we are making it right now we are making put post request because we want to create a new resource. So we're going to create a A25. A25 is already created. Let's create A27 because A27 is not created as of now. Content type, make sure you send content type.json, and dot authentication auth2, this is the personal token that we are going to use. When body payload that we have to send, post request and return. And this will return a response, and we are going to use response.prettyprint to print it, right? So this is a quick way to do it, and all the code is available, so don't worry guys. And I'm going to run the demo. So this will create a new repo with the name of A27. So right now it's saying 8 not found, not found. So okay, let me check why it is changed. Okay, so we need to change the rep. We need to change the base URL. Yeah, that's why it is telling us. So every time base URL changes for different HTTP methods, right? So it is saying everything works fine. And let's see if we are able to create. So A27 is already created, right? So now everything is simple, guys. You suppose I want to make a patch request. So for making a patch request, what you need to do is that you need to mention it full URL. So let's suppose let's do one thing. We have A26, right? And if you see the icon, so let me show you it is it. So here. So if you see it is private as of now, let's make it public by patch, and the change the name of A26 also, right? So to do that, what you can do, let's change the name to promote, and we need to change the URL here. So make sure so we are changing basically and giving the URL full URL. Here you need to say patch. You need to change the method, and we basically going to make it public. So we'll say false in that case, right? And let's run the test again. So this is the patch part, and everything works fine. So let's see. Yeah, so now it is public, and A26 still exists, right? Uh, let's change. So A26 is updated. Right. So we have done it pro mode. So right now, as you can see, A26 has changed and it has become public also, right? So patch is working fine. So if you see, we have successfully done patch request. We can do the delete also similarly, and get all, everything is there. So everything. So now you have a basic understanding how you can do it, and I have prepared a basic demo for your all the blog post also that we have done. So you can make the get request by using this. You can create a post by using this. You can play around with this code. You can update it by using, just need to change the patch. You need to change the URL. You need to change the body. Similarly, by deleting, you can delete it also. So let me show you delete also. So how you can delete GitHub repo? It's similar one. It's very similar to the it is very similar to the get request. We just need to mention delete, and let's delete let's delete promote. Let's delete promote, right? So you need to mention the full URL here. So let's do promote. Let's the promote. Let's delete it, and we're gonna use it. Okay, so right now run this one. Sorry, we have used different. Okay, let's run this program. Not found. Okay, so probably we are using a different get this one. So we have to copy this thing, right? Let's make it like this. We have to use API slash data-g. Here you need to mention like this, but let's remove data-g. So the data-g doesn't exist as of now. It exists promote, right? So let's enter promote. You have to use given when delete. You're gonna do log dot all, and let's run it again, right? So you must have a admin, right, because we need authentication, right? So we're gonna use auth dot basic. So we're gonna use basic auth because uh, we don't have access to this. So the authenticated token doesn't have any kind of uh, so authentication token, I mean the auth token, this token cannot delete. So we need to use basic auth in test case. So let's copy paste some username and password from it. Guys, please don't copy this. Just ignore this. We have seen this thing. And password. Let's quickly do, and here let's send it, and right, must have admin rights. Still now it's saying okay, but if you can delete here, let's see. So similar thing we are doing right for deleting. So nothing to worry. So if we send here, uh, no content basically means it works fine. So it will work. It works. Delete it, right? And yeah, so this is all. This is the demo, guys, and this is how you can do it, right? So that was it. And for the last part, we have missed some recording, so that's why we have created a special recording for you. And all the documentation are available here. And you will see this task folder, which contains all the tasks. So this is the task one that you're gonna do, and this is the task one that we have discussed. And these are the test cases. Play around with it, and and we're going to discuss more about it. This is the task 2. Your code is already here in this zip demo, and if you see GitHub and localhost is there. These are some extra files, so you can ignore these files, right? And that you can check. And if you want to see full on what about the rest assured assignment, this is it here. You will see other demos also that we have planning to do tomorrow. And these are like couple of more documentation or API checklist that we can think about that we are discussing, right? So, and right. So we're gonna have some Q&A now, and let's stop recording. And yeah. So I hope you guys are clear. So let me open up right, and all the code download code that you can see here. right? So that was a quick demo about it. So I hope guys you have learned something. So we have covered API testing basics from scratch, and we have created our first rest assured CRUD operation. We have converted them into here, that we have done here, right? CRUD, and everything is working fine. So right now we have some admin right issues, but that is again will be resolved if we have correct authentication. Make sense? Right. All right, guys.